Okay. So I'm hoping your bandwidth and the network is very good at your end. So kindly ensure all that is going pretty well. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow educators, a warm welcome all. A warm welcome to everyone. And thank you for those of you who came in right on time. We really do appreciate that. My name is Yetunde Aramide Durand, and I'm your Master of Ceremonies for today. It is my great honor to welcome you to the 8th edition of the Nigerian Education Innovation Summit, NEDIS. This is our 8th edition here at this time, 2025, with the theme, Skills Development for Workplace Readiness and Inclusion. Yes, this is a good place to clap. You can clap your virtual hands. Yes, thumbs up is also a good show of hands as well. So, yes, we're happy. We're happy you've already put down your names. You put down your names. We're ready to get. So, for those of you who are just joining, it'll be nice. Tell us where you're from. It'll be good to know how many of us were able to connect today. Great. Let's proceed. Over the past 8 years, NEDIS has established itself as a premier platform for educators, policymakers, and stakeholders to come together, share ideas, and shape the future of education in Africa, particularly Nigeria. Today, we gather from all corners of the globe, united by our passion for education and our commitment to excellence. We have an exciting program lined up for you, featuring keynote speakers, utterly fantastic keynote speakers, and I'm sure you will appreciate panel discussions and networking opportunities. So put down your name, tell us where you're from, connect with us. Right. And yeah, networking opportunities that will inspire, inform, and connect you with like-minded individuals. To our delegates, our panelists, we thank you. Thank you for honoring our invitation. And I ask that you will engage fully in this discussion. Stretch us, stretch us. Let us learn. Let us know that we attended this summit. Yes, share your expertise because you're engaging with us and participating, even as our delegates, is what makes this summit truly, truly special. And we value your contributions to the global education community. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our sole sponsor for this year's summit, the Orlando Foundation. Your generous support has made this event possible, and we appreciate your commitment to advancing education globally. Thank you. Thank you so much in believing in our mission. Without further ado, let us begin the 8th edition of our summit. I wish you all a productive, inspiring, enjoyable experience over the next 2 days. Thank you, and let's get started.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Yetunde, Madam Dear Durand, as I refer to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. And thank you so much for joining us for the 8th edition of the Education Innovation Summit. I have been charged today with telling us an extremely condensed story of how we started as an organization. And so I think that the most befitting place to begin is by introducing myself. My name is Mo Mujikbe Adefesola Teju. And in 2013, I founded the Education Partnership Center. Now, our origin story as several people now know, is actually quite an interesting one because TEP Center was literally born of a dream. And over the years, as I studied education, as I collaborated, had good conversations with other educationists and people who loved education, I think the work of partnering and bringing people together became a passion. But as many here also know, there is nothing quite like a passion that has been disciplined. And this passion was disciplined by the art of study, through master's degrees, through a PhD, and through very good counsel from partners, friends, advisors, too many to name today. And so our journey began as an organization that was deeply committed to structuring partnerships across the public and the private sectors. We felt this was important because we had done the research. We had explored how collaborative activities had helped to transform the education sector in many other places in the world. And we were keen to see how we could harness the public and the private sector capacities in a country like Nigeria. We thought we'd be a little consultancy firm that was helping different stakeholders across the ecosystem to work better, to produce much, much higher outcomes for our learners. What we didn't know was that we were going to start a movement. And it was a movement of people who understood that they, as the public sector, or they, as the non-state sector, could reach a hand across to members of the other sector, partner meaningfully with them, and that partnership would birth the sort of results that you're going to learn about today as we take you through our impact journey. It is often said that a good child is the child of his father. I'm sure many Africans in the room today have heard this particular proverb. So a good child is the child of his father, but a bad one is the child of his mother. I am delighted that TEP Center is both a good child of a father and of many, many, many mothers. And so our journey began in 2013, 2014. A very, I think, fortuitous meeting with our friends at Wando Foundation led to the very first project that we implemented, which was a strategic plan for an organization that was serious about partnerships. Isn't it then interesting that today the same organization is funding our 8th Education Innovation Summit, and that same organization is still building on the strategic work that we supported them with many years ago, and even more recently, around about 5 years ago. We have supported many, many, many initiatives, in Nigeria and across Africa. Some of these initiatives have helped us to understand better what foundational learning looks like and what government stakeholders should be doing to ensure that our children are able to reap the benefits of having an education. We've trained and supported teachers. We've worked with pretty much every development organization that is committed to education on the continent of Africa. We have also collaborated with several community groups and with an incredible number of children and learners. Again, you will hear so much more about our journey towards making an impact for almost 1 million children during the course of these 2 days. I'm also delighted that as we launch into our next 10 years of impact, we have an opportunity to reflect very deeply on who we are as an organization and on what it is that we want to do, for the sector. And so you'll be learning more about our 3-pronged strategy for the next 5 years, which begins with exploring. And that is us showing the sector what to do by generating evidence for the sector and ensuring that that evidence is understood by critical actors and ensuring that we are deploying storytelling, visual aids, and other ways in which we can ensure that evidence does reach every member of the ecosystem, regardless of who they are. The second prong of our strategy is execution. And this is where we show the sector how to do by providing strong implementation support for programs that are evidence-based. And the third is engagement. And this is where we focus on who to do. We want to continue to build deep capacity in the sector and for the education ecosystem in Africa. We're starting our fellowships. We're building out our learning academy, and we're strengthening our TEP community. If there's any TEPCAN member in the house, this is a good time to give a virtual wave. We realized several years ago that the power of TEP Center was not just in its current staff, but in the entire community that had ever collaborated with us and worked with us as an organization. If anyone asks, what is the superpower of TEP Center? I'll tell you what it is now. It's TEPCAN. It's a community of people, some of whom currently work as staff of TEP, some of whom worked last with TEP 8 years ago, but who still feel a strong commitment to the mission and who stay in community with us, lifting projects with us, volunteering with us as they have done today, and continuing to support our work in diverse ways in all of the country contexts and spaces and sectors that they find themselves, underscoring the point that partnership is truly, truly our true north. I'm excited today that we have a management structure in place that is set to support us, lead us as we go through the next 5 years. Many of you know me as the MD or CEO of TEP Center, but do not realize that this is a position that I voluntarily gave up about 3 years ago as we sat down just around the pandemic and mapped out a succession plan. Now leading the day-to-day activities of TEP are people who have embodied the spirit of our organization, who are championing our work across the continent of Africa and beyond, who are really the spirit of TEP. I couldn't be more proud that we have executed a seamless transition plan. As we all know, communication is critical in the world that we live in today. And part of our commitment to the next 5 years is to deepen our ability to communicate what we find, what we are learning, and ensuring that members of the ecosystem across Africa in particular are able to learn the strategies and able to gather the evidence and use the evidence in ways that are meaningful to the child. I'd like to say a thank you, significant thank you to the members of our board, to the current staff members and the leadership team of the Education Partnership Center. I want to say thank you to all who have believed in us, have funded our work, have collaborated with us, have enabled us to access their states. These are governors, ministers of education, commissioners that have given us the privilege to access the sector and to access their states. We want to say thank you to principals, school heads that have opened their doors wide, to teachers who have let us come into their classrooms without fear of what we might find in those classrooms. But I think most of all, I really want to honor, first of all, children. We are here because of the learners in our education ecosystem. And it is because we are deeply committed to ensuring that learners have the best experience and come out with an education that enables them to thrive, that we do the work that we do. And so to the Nigerian and the African learner, I salute you. I would be completely remiss if I did not spend 30 seconds thanking God. I told you at the start of this speech that TEP Center came as a dream, and it did. It came as a literal dream, the kind that you have when you sleep at night. And to be living in that dream is nothing short of divine. So I'm grateful to God for the ability to dream. And as we go into the 2 days of conversation and of discovery and learning, my charge to you is to never stop dreaming. Because who knows the marvelous depths, the riches so incredible that we might all be able to bring to the table if we just allow ourselves to continue to be dreamers. And when we wake up, to run with our dreams. On that note, I'd like to welcome you to the 8th edition of NEDIS and to wish you a wonderful, wonderful couple of days of deliberation and learning. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Modukwe Adefeso Lateju, our dear founder and pioneer managing director. Thank you so much for your opening remarks. And it's good to follow you just so brief, ever so briefly on the journey. And we're looking forward to sharing more with you in the course of the summit. Before we move on to our next speaker, I want to thank, I see that we have more people. Yes, we have a lot more of you joining us from Canada, Ibadan, Nepal, Pakistan, Lagos, Kenya. We see you all. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining in. The promises to. So at this juncture, we will move on to our keynote address from our dear friend in the house. Yes, our dear friend in the house. She's not just a friend, though. She has a robust resume, and some of you may know her. Her name is Mrs. Adefisayo. Yes, she's our mother, well, our friend, former Honorable Commissioner of Lagos State, former head of Corona Schools Trust Council, and till today, I believe, still a proud teacher. I believe she's a proud teacher for life. Do we have her online already? Is she online?
Yes, I'm online.
Welcome, Ma.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ma. Please turn on your camera. We can't see you. I'm not sure whether it's from you or from us.
Yeah, it's on now. Yes, but I don't know why the background is opposite. I don't know. Yeah, but I'm there. Can you
Thank
see
you
me
very
now?
much. We can see you now, Ma.
Okay.
Over to you. Thank you, Ma.
I'd like to share my slides, but it's not giving me. Yes, it's giving me permission now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma.
Yes, can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can see.
Oh, this is great. Thank you. So good morning. I don't know who is here, but from all over the world, wherever you are, I greet you. And my special greetings to my very dear Modupe Adefeso Olateju. Thank you for inviting me. This is a very topical issue. And actually, she said I'm still a teacher. I will always be a teacher. And first, I'm the daughter of 2 teachers. And so therefore, teaching to me is just part of what I love doing. I miss school. If anybody needs a principal, come and employ me, because I miss being with children in school. But I guess I'm too old for that now. So the topic is very important: skills development for workplace readiness and inclusion. You know, it's interestingly, I've been discussing this topic in about 3 different fora over the past 2 weeks. Everybody has been talking about our curriculum and how it can integrate. Other people look at it from the point of view of integrating values. Some have said, how do we integrate STEM? So, but all we are saying is that we think that we can do a lot more. We can do a lot more than what we are doing. Our curriculum can be richer, more robust. Our teaching methods can be better. Our learning outcomes.
I'm so sorry, Ma. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I have to interrupt you for just a bit. Your presentation is not in PowerPoint mode,
It is.
so we're not seeing it as, is it? Well, we're not seeing it clearly from here. Can you check?
It is in PowerPoint.
Put it in presentation mode, please. Sorry, ma. Please put it in
Okay, I should put it in
presentation.
presentation mode.
In presentation mode.
Okay, very
Yes,
good.
ma. Pardon me. Thank you, ma.
No problem. It's in presentation mode. Can you see it now? Is it
Okay, ma.
better? Is it
Thank you,
better?
ma.
Is it better?
Yes, ma. It is. Yes, ma. It is better. Over to you, ma.
Okay. Thank you. So
thank you,
yeah.
ma.
So I'll just follow this outline. We'll talk about these skills, and that my chain of thoughts broke a bit, but essentially to say that these are conversations that people are having. And I've always been an advocate of us continuing to have these conversations. Someday somebody will listen to us and things will change dramatically, because they do have to change. So, but first of all, before I go into the people, let me thank Mo. Modupe, when will I say I met you? I don't even know. Many years ago. And we found out later that we were even related, which was very interesting. So I've been with her through milestones in her life, marriage, and so on. So it's marriage, work, her PhD. I went to visit her in the UK when she was doing her PhD. So we've interacted over so many years. And that's because she and I share a lot of things. And one is this deep passion, this deep belief that our educational system can be much better. And this deep belief also that we can't sit somewhere and just be condemning. It's bad, it's this, it's wrong, it's, but that we need to take action. So she has taken action in her own way. I have tried to take action in my own way. I always tell Dupe, I'm not a theorist. I'm probably not very great at writing papers and so on, but I can implement. My implementation is my forte. And I can see, and I'm so excited by her opening speech, that TEP is also now going into implementation big time. Because we can't just be on the sidelines criticizing and talking and saying things, but let us also be doers. Let us not just be people who know what is happening, who have a lot of knowledge, who interact among people who are like us, essentially, but who now go out and carry this message to the whole world. So again, I say congratulations, STEP, for all these years. I've been involved in many ways. I can't even tell you. Is it when you were writing those literacy texts? I never forgot those books. I was part of it. We read it at the beginning. We're quite excited. You had some people who wrote it. I was one of the people who critiqued those books, and I loved them because they were relevant to our context. So many other things. I've attended many of your conferences. I've attended NEDIS year in, year out, over many years. And honestly, I want to say that this is one of the most precious relationships that I have. I'm glad we are still together, and I know that we will continue to walk this walk of reforming the educational sector in Nigeria. We will not be cast down. We will not give up. We'll continue the journey, because we know that if we get it well here, we'll get it well. If we do it well here, it will cascade beyond, have a multiplier effect beyond the shores of this country, even into the whole of Africa, and will be an example of what good education should be. Thank you very much. So having said that, I think I can go into my presentation. The theme of this year's event. This is what you sent to me. So I'm quoting verbatim what was sent to me, that you are trying to explore the evolving role of education, training, and industry partnerships. So recognizing the fact that we can't leave this to schools, we can't leave this to educationists. We have to work with training organizations, those who train teachers, those who train people who are working in all industries, and then we have to work with the industry again, to prepare our children for the workforce, for the reality of their lives, for the future, for how they are going to live, because it's going to be totally different from the way that I lived, from the way that many of us here lived. So, and that brings me to my second point, that the workplace, and indeed all jobs, are undergoing transformation. It's all jobs, whether it is medicine or law. Nowadays, this writing a will was a very technical thing. I recently got involved in writing my will. I just had a website that I was involved in, and they said, fill this in. I filled it in, and I sent it to somebody for safekeeping and all. That is it. That is all. I don't need to go to a lawyer anymore, but I'm sure that was designed by a lawyer, and a lawyer will still help through some of the more strategic things. So all the technical things that can be taken over by AI, by robots, by digital technology, they are all those jobs. they are changing the face of all the jobs as we knew them. Even teaching, they're changing how we teach. You can't go to class anymore and lecture. No, your classes must be engaging. Your classes must, you must include some level of digital literacy. You must include teamwork and collaboration. You must ensure that you give examples that are relevant to them and to their context and so on. So it's not like you just come in and say 2y plus 2x or whatever it is. No, you've got to change. So all jobs are undergoing transformation. I don't want to go into too much detail. I have a daughter who is a medical doctor. All the pediatricians in her district were actually terminated, and she's the only one left. Nurse practitioners are now doing their job. And if they need anything beyond that, they will send for her. Because many of the diagnoses now, they can just key it into the computer. AI will just give them the diagnosis, give them the drugs that they should administer or the treatment they should administer. No need to go and employ an expensive doctor. So doctors too will have to change. So we all have to change. And in reaction, we need to redesign our education system so that our students are competitive. It saddens me a lot when we talk about learning outcomes. And today we are not talking about learning outcomes. But if we talk about learning outcomes, we know that even the academic learning outcomes are poor. WAEC, Becker, and all those exams, the literacy measurements, numeracy measurements, they are all low. And I don't want to go deep into that. But even beyond that, we've got to understand that children don't go to school just to pass exams. They cannot. We've got to redesign our education system to take in the multiplicity of skills that our students will need to thrive in the world that they are going to go into. This requires, like what you are trying to do in NEDIS now, collaborative effort between education, the education sector itself. We can't say we know everything. We have to work with those who are training the teachers who are coming to us, who are training people who leave our systems. And we have to work with the industry that is, offering them employment. Or if even industry generally, because it's way beyond employment. We have to train them so that if they do not want to go into full-time employment, they can go into what we call entrepreneurship properly, with all the skills they need to navigate in the world of commerce and business and technology. So what are these skills? I mean, we talk and talk. We say a lot of things about skills. I looked at many websites. I did a lot of collating. And these are some of the skills that, learning skills. Like critical thinking and problem solving, being able to think critically and question things, being creative, which is seeing, somebody described it as seeing what everybody saw with the same eyes, but doing what nobody thought. So you are going to be able to do things differently because you've looked at it and you are able to come up with creative solutions based on your ability to think critically. You're able to work in teams. There is nobody who can solve any problem now without it being a team effort. I mean, look at a simple thing like pure water sachets in our environment. It has there's the chemistry of it, there's the biology of it, there's the economics of it, there's commerce in it as well. There are human beings involved. So the solution has to be multifaceted and involve many people working together. And then, of course, you have to have good communication skills because all your solutions, you have to come out and let people know about them. And then also their workplace readiness skills. You must be able to network and build relationships. You must be able to work with people across countries, across the globe now. You must be able to go online and work. I've been in teams where, honestly, I was the best English speaker, which was very amusing to me because nobody could speak English as well as me because there were people from all sorts of countries. So they say, oh, you present for us. I was surprised because I'm used to being in Nigeria, oh, my accent and all. But there, I was the best speaker. And I had to talk. I had to relate with everybody. I had to be friendly with them. So you've got to learn to network and build relationships. You all have to understand time management, same 24 hours for everybody, digital and technological literacy, real literacy, not the ability to do things like, I don't know, I hope our non-Nigerian audience will understand when I say Yahoo, that is being able to, you have to use digital technology to improve your technology, to improve your productivity. Financial and business literacy, we all have to be financially literate in this world that we are going into. You cannot boast and say, I don't use internet banking. I don't do things like that. I don't know how balance sheets. I don't understand how to balance my books in the bank. No. Then, of course, we all have to be lifelong learners. There are also life skills. You have to be flexible and adaptable, able to get along with people wherever you are. You have to be leaders wherever you are. Lead yourself before leading others. You have to be professional. And then, of course, there's that last one, which I think is the crown of them all. It's emotional intelligence. That is your ability to manage yourself, manage your emotions, manage your thoughts. And this, of course, determines your relationships with people. As they say, all your IQ, your exam results get you hired, but your emotional intelligence gets you fired or promoted, whichever one if you've done it well. So having looked at the skills, what's the reality on ground here in Nigeria? And I have to talk about what I know best. So I know we have an international audience here, but I think what I'm saying will also relate to other countries who share our background and our history. Our education offering is exam focused. It's knowledge intense. There's a lot of topics. There's an emphasis on lower order thinking skills. So the way we assess learning requires the regurgitation of facts and not critical thinking like we showed in the slide before. And is minimalist in teaching skills essential for the workplace. Nobody is going to teach you in school things like financial literacy. Nobody is teaching you about relationship management. Nobody is teaching you about networking. They're just teaching you maths, English, physics, chemistry, and so on. And then you go to university, you pass, and nobody is teaching you beyond that. It also reflects our pre-service teacher training, because that means our teachers too, this is the kind of education offering that they got. And therefore, and since you can only give up what you have, it affects how they teach, how they transmit learning in the workplace, how they relate to students. And remember, it's taught within a culture of hierarchy and obedience. So what's the result of all this is that lower order thinking skills, low creativity, inadequate workplace skills, and ultimately low productivity in the workplace. So remember the three partners: education, training, and industry. So industry finds graduates from our educational system difficult to work with. They have to retrain them all over, spend a lot of money setting up very expensive big training schools where they have to give them all the skills that they need all over again, because they're coming to them really, really, really with minimal skills. And I'm never upset with young people when I work with them, because I say we failed them. So since we failed them, we didn't bring them up to be able to accept the realities of life and the workplace. So now you have to do a lot of work in supporting them. You shouldn't blame them. You should work with them. So, but what can we do about this? Some people think, oh, this is just talking. It's impossible. I'm a physics teacher. I'm a maths teacher. Yeah, but I'll just run through how all these skills can be integrated in an educational system. First of all, it should be embedded in the curriculum and pedagogy. I'm going to go into greater detail, but not, my paper is just for a few minutes. So I still have 1 or 2 slides. There should be work integrated learning. Yeah, where the children actually work, where they actually get their hands dirty, in the workplace, learning how to work together in teams, coming up with projects and so on within school, within their communities. There should be technology-driven learning. Technology is a way of life. AI is a way of life. Robotics are a way of life. There's nothing, we can't wish them away. Then, of course, there's leadership and social emotional intelligence development as part of the curriculum. And I highlighted it because that's really what you want me to focus on social emotional learning. There must be a personalized career readiness program, because when you have a class of 30 different people, 30 different careers, 30 different life trajectories, but you owe every one of the 30. So there should be personalized career readiness programs, assessment and recognition of workplace readiness skills. There must be a way of assessing workplace skills. I worked with some organizations that have ways of assessing. So when you get report cards for children, it's not just saying, oh, she passed maths or she passed English. Literature and so on. But it says in teamwork, this is how she is. In collaboration, this is how she is. Her digital literacy skills are like this. Her emotional intelligence, her leadership. There must be a way of measuring it. And there are ways. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. And of course, experiential learning through community engagement. Schools and educational institutions cannot be isolated within their environment. They have to reach out. The environment should be part of the school, and the school should be part of the environment. And then that means we have to reform our teaching methods and teacher training. So that is for all those skills. But now let me go into social emotional learning. which is the deliberate and intentional building of social or emotional skills. It is becoming a key focus, and many educational systems around the world are now investing in SEL. They've given it all sorts of names, all sorts of names. But because research has shown that if you have strong social emotional ability, it leads to happier children. Happier children do well in school, they learn well, they're happy, they're comfortable, they're confident in themselves. And of course, obviously, because they're comfortable and happy with themselves, they do well academically. So it even leads to better academic achievements, which many of us judge as the most important thing in schools, but which shouldn't be. And then ultimately, it will lead to long-term outcomes, such as higher income, better employment, and better health, because then they know what to do. Because when you are happy, you are not going to develop certain psychosomatic ailments anyway. And of course, ultimately, this leads to overall societal well-being and cohesion. Because we have to remember there are so many inequities now, so many problems for the children, that if we do not focus on teaching them these skills, social cohesion is going to be hard hit. It's already affecting us, and I don't think we should gloss over it. So who has done this well? Let's look at a few systems. The Canadian provinces have done it well. Finland, Singapore, which is a little dot somewhere there, and Australia. So I tried to look into their systems. And what did they do? What did these systems do? They tend to be small countries. The smaller countries tend to do it better. But Canada is a big country physically, but in terms of population, of course, it's a small country. But all the same, every province has its own educational system, and they've deliberately integrated social emotional learning. The one I enjoyed most, actually, was the Australian model. I found it very, very sensible. I don't know how to describe it. That word, I have to say sensible. So what have they done? It's part of national policy, so it's not left to chance. So like I always say in Nigeria, why are we educating children? What is our vision for our children? What's the point? Why are we sending children to school? What do we want them to become? How do we want them to contribute to society? What kind of people do we want to turn out? Because when you talk about education, I'd like to talk about the home as well. That is all the pre-career training that a child undergoes. What's the point? What's the point? But here they actually have said it, articulated it very clearly. By the time a child is leaving our educational system, the child will have the following characteristics. You remember that page where I showed all those characteristics. So that way, since it's embedded in national policy, people will take it seriously. People will take it seriously and start to develop programs for it. And that means things like curriculum integration. It will be part of class. It will be part of what a school does. And it will be taught along with every subject. Like I tell people, you don't have to sit down and say, oh, it's time to teach creativity or innovation. But it's the way a teacher teaches it. It's the way you assess that learning has taken place. Is the air, the atmosphere, the ethos, the culture within your classroom. Is the way a school does things like assembly, like choice of prefects, like relationship with the community. Yeah, indirectly, you're consciously and unconsciously building in them the skills that will help them navigate the world that they are going to live in. So and then of course, when you give them projects so that they work together to solve projects that are relevant to them in their community. So, and of course, a lot of work with guidance, counseling, and so on, support the children, which of course says, again, we have to do something about teacher training. Assessment methods, how do we assess that students are learning? Like I said, it can't just be all about academics. It must be a mix. Surveys, and so on, observational tools that you use in class to see if the students do they understand how to work in teams? Like I told someone, you just don't put children in teams and say, start working. When we've taught them all their lives that working in teams means cheating. So you've got to now shift paradigms and shift the way they think by at least giving them a theory about the understanding of what teams are, and then helping them work through their teamwork, not just say, go and work in teams. So again, there must be a way of assessing that this is taking place. And of course, there must be special programs, anti-bullying, there are whole programs. Like there was a Canadian program, I think, on anti-bullying. And don't forget, the bully is somebody's child too. So the bully, why are you a bully? Why don't you, by the time you're an emotionally intelligent person, you don't need to bully. get into such acts and so on. So they have deliberate programs targeted at anti-bullying, at cyberbullying. They have deliberate character and citizenship programs, teaching character, teaching citizenship, the history of the country, the culture of the country, the language of the country, and so on, deliberately. Because if we lose, I'm very worried, for instance, that we are losing our languages. The next generation is not speaking our languages. Therefore, we are losing our culture and the very essence of our being and who we are. So again, if we're able to have specific programs targeting this, and all this must be embedded in teacher training programs as well, so that the lecturers in teacher training programs, they themselves role model these characteristics, and then they're able to pass it on. And the way they to teach and assess teaching, so that it all cascades, even into university, even into the workplace, into training programs. It's got to be something that the whole country converses and talks about. I think that for me. So I go back again to my slide. Remember all these. These are ways by which they can be integrated. All these skills can be integrated into our educational systems. And of course, my focus was on social emotional learning. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. There's no need. The others, there's so many examples. We can contextualize. We can learn from the best systems. We can't do what Finland is doing. Finland has a population of 5 million. And it's a mono, and they speak mainly Finnish, though there are a few Swedish speakers. So it's a monocultural society. So we cannot do what they are doing. But we can look at what they're doing and learn from it and pick what can suit us. So we've got to put it in context, but there's no need to reinvent the wheel. And I think I'm hoping that at this conference, we'll talk about things like next steps. How do we embed this into our curriculum? How do we embed it into teacher training? How do we ensure that every student who leaves us lives with value? And value is way beyond academic achievements. Value is having these essential skills that will enable them succeed in the worlds that they are going to live in. I think that is what I want to challenge us on this program. Once again, I thank you very much for inviting me. I hope I've not run too far beyond the time that you gave me, but I'm really appreciative of this. And I hope to be part of the whole program today and tomorrow. Thank you for having me. And have great deliberations.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo. I was smiling, well, not smiling really, because I was hoping and wishing, if it was possible, if you were my teacher, chances are, who knows where I would be? All those times they say she's not paying attention, she's distracted. My mind was probably creating, deep things that today now will create income, but then you probably get a knock on the head, or you get sent to, they'll write on your report card that, she's not doing well. Thank you so much for putting everything together, for connecting the dots for us. I'm particularly encouraged that other countries have done it, and I don't think Nigeria is an exception. It can be done, but I guess the complexity, the many things that we have, layers that we have to overcome, and they can be overcome. So your keynote address has really, really captured our theme, and also given me hope. I trust I'm not the only one who is feeling hopeful, particularly us Nigerians, and maybe other countries as well, who are hoping that the education system, the platform of education, can be used to make a difference in our personal lives, and also for our country and the world as a whole. Because if everything goes well, we follow all these things that we've shared, emotional intelligence, and change with the times. We're looking forward to an emerging Nigeria, an emerging Africa, a new world, actually, if we continue on this pathway. Thank you so much, Ma. We're looking forward to hearing you some more during the course of the two-day event. So at this juncture, we will move on. We're moving on to our first panel discussion. Yes, thank you, our able panelists. They've been on standby, I think even before some of us joined. And today, we'll be discussing the topic from foundation learning skills to future-ready competencies, prioritizing workplace readiness, inclusion, and social emotional learning. Yes, I think I remember Mrs. Adefisayo mentioning something like that. Really good. So I would just briefly just call the name of our panelists, and we will start the session shortly. So starting off, our first panelist is Miss Nalia Butt. Naila Butt, yes. Your name is very similar to our Naira. Pardon me, it's Naila Butt. Thank you so very much for being here, Mr. Folusho Aribisala, of Workforce Group. Naila Butt is from UNICEF, representative of UNICEF. Mr. Daniel Dotze, from Lead for Africa. Dr. Scott Skolberg, University of Boston. Now we have Miss Abisola Obasonya, Arc Light Foundation. And our able moderator for this session is Dr. Tony Sam Emelu from Core Skills Transformational Academy Limited. So I will hand over at this time to our moderator. Dr. Tony, are you here? Hello, Dr. Tony.
Yes,
over to you.
I am here. I believe everybody can hear and see me. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe everybody can hear and see me. So good morning,
Yes,
good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're joining us from. It's such a delight to be here this beautiful morning, streaming live from Lagos, Nigeria. And so we're going to be diving straight into this conversation. But before we get to do that, we are going to be having all our moderators just introduce themselves in just 2 minutes, how you'd like us to refer to you, and maybe just 1 or 2 very little things about you before we dive into the conversation. So I'm going to be starting with Nila. Kindly unmute and please introduce yourself to the audience. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Toyin. Yes, my name is Naila, and as I was introduced, I work as the education consultant with the UNICEF, but as you said, that we have to say something unique about us. So my unique scenario is that I work with UNICEF, but I'm based here at the African Union and working on the project for the foundational literacy and numeracy, which was one of the initiatives for the Year of Education that was declared by the African Union. Is everybody able to hear me? Okay, great. Yes, so that is my introduction, and I'm here based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So I'm joining you here all the way from headquarters of African Union from Ethiopia.
Thank you and welcome once again, Naila. Next, I would like to call on Mr. Folusho Aribisala. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. And wonderful presentation by Mrs. Adifisayo. I am supposed to be a panelist, but I learned a lot from her. Okay, so my name is Folusho. I head one of the largest HR consulting firms in West Africa. We have operations across a few African countries, and I like to say that we sit in the intersection of talent and organizations. We recognize that critical to the success growth of any business is the quality and availability of the talent they have. So we work with organizations to ensure that they have the requisite talent required for them to succeed. And that's a lot of work. We recognize that anything involves molding talent, finding talent is one of the most difficult things to do. So I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to share my perspective, at least from the corporate end of the dynamics. I don't have as much experience from the school end and kids end, but I can exchange what the business expects to see and what are the gaps and how I think we can address it collaboratively. Thank you very much. Again, I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. Anything unique about you love the audience to know about, as well as the panelists?
I'm not that interesting. To shock people.
So, that's quite hilarious, you know.
I'm not that interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, so it will take a while for me to get to that. So maybe let me not hold up the panelists.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine and okay. Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to call on Abi Obasonya, a sister, a friend. Kindly go ahead and introduce yourself, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. It's fantastic to be here. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to TEP Center. Thank you, Mo, I wish you many, many excellent years. I wish all of you at TEP Center excellent years. You've been our mentors for many years, and we're really rooting for you. My name is Abby Obasanya. I'm a major education programs manager. I implement education programs in large size. I'm CEO of Acclice Foundation. Acclice Foundation is Acclice Foundation for the educational improvement and development of education in Africa. And we strive to have quality education in Africa, especially in remote countries, in remote parts of Africa and Nigeria, and working with the state government, most especially, and other NGOs to promote quality education. And we have the Technology Center, where we represent the World Robot Olympiad, and we have the Teacher Development Center, we have the School Transformation Center, and we have the Advocacy and Research and Development Center. For our technology side, we represent the World Robot Olympiad. So we give children the opportunities to have an alternative learning experience, learning about technology, solving real life issues, and then representing Nigeria every year. I'm also co-founder and trustee of ERIT, and implementer of the ABIA First program. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Yes, I think something unique about you is you're a conglomerate.
One unique thing about me, I should say, is I'm a bookie. Thank you. I'm a bookie. I'm a teacher, a nursery teacher, but I also love the classroom. So I'm on my third master's, and I just finished my third master's and onto my PhD, and I'm not stopping. So yeah,
wow, amazing. Well done. Okay, so next I'd like to call on Daniel Dutse. Kindly unmute your mic and let's get to hear from you, Mr. Daniel.
Sure. Thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are and in the world. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Daniel Dutse. I'm the Group CEO of Lead for Africa. We are seeking to build the largest movement of young people on the continent to solve the most pressing and challenging issues that the continent faces. We specifically focus on human capacity development, research, and artificial intelligence. Interesting thing about me, I love football and I love F1. So I can't wait for the F1 season to start. And I'm a huge Lewis Hamilton fan. So I'm rooting for him to win. We'll see. Thank you all so much.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, sir. And finally, on this panel, I have Scott. Mr. Scott, take over the floor.
Hi, everyone. So welcome. Thank you for inviting me to present. It's really a wonderful opportunity. I just go by Scott. That's the easiest way to go. I'm at the Boston University, where I work at the Center for Future Readiness as part of our counseling, psychology, and applied human development department. Let's see, what is it that would be? I'm so excited here about F1. I will tell you that I would like to say I'm a Hamilton fan. However, this wonderful, amazing woman who's sleeping upstairs is such a huge Hamilton fan that I can't compete. So we are huge on F1, and we are also pining for the season to start. So fun to have that brought in. But the other fun fact about me is I do all the cooking in my house. And I love traveling so I can learn new flavors and bring them back and try new things. And it's sort of like my creativity comes through cooking, and it's how I share for the family and try to provide, is to really make sure they're getting things they want, the tastes. And sometimes there's way too many things I'm cooking to keep everybody happy, but it's what I enjoy doing. So thank you for letting me have this opportunity.
Interesting. That's so lovely. And one beautiful thing about cooking. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I was listening. I missed it. Sorry.
Okay, yes. So one beautiful thing about cooking is it actually helps to develop executive functioning skills. My son also is a foodie and is a cook. So I'm so happy about that, because it just goes ahead and sort himself out. So on that note, we're going to start on the key discussion themes. And the first one we're going to be looking at is about building foundation, learning skills for workplace success. And the first question is going to be going to Naila. Naila, I would like you to respond to this question. How can fundamental skills like literacy, numeracy, and communication form the base for future workplace competencies? I hope you got that, or I can actually repeat the question. How can fundamental skills like literacy, numeracy, and communication form the base for future workplace competencies?
Thank you very much. Yes,
Over
I
to
hope you
you.
can hear me. You can hear me?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
I can hear you.
absolutely. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Toyin. Yes, it is a very important question. And in the past 1 year, since I've been working on the foundational literacy and numeracy skills, this has been a really, really significant, phase in my life that my focus has been on this project, especially at such a big structure, such a big platform like African Union. So we have been, involving the member states in joining us in the campaign for the foundational literacy and numeracy. But people from all the backgrounds in education, especially from the education background, we all must understand what are, first of all, these foundational skills, besides literacy and numeracy, and what kind of role they play for future, and not just for the workplace competencies, but life itself overall, for children to juggle with the challenges that will be thrown at them when they when they go into the real life and they go into the practical life. So talking about that role, the foundational skills in workplace competencies is so significant, starting from the cognitive foundation, like literacy and numeracy, forming the backbone of cognitive skills, enabling problem solving, critical thinking, and decision-making in professional settings. When you look at the communication part of your workplace, your strong literacy skills, they facilitate the effective communication, reading instructions, writing reports, and comprehending very complex information. When you look at the numeracy skills at the same time, you're looking at children being able to read the data literacy, children being able to read the numbers, understand the analysis part, the analysis trends in that help the employees, right, interpret the financial data and make data-driven decisions. They are, and all of these skills are very, very crucial and in an increasingly digital world. So that is part of the the significance, and that is part of the competencies that we need to see in the generation for them to be able to tackle the challenges of the 21st century goals and challenges. Now, looking at another aspect of these competencies is the adaptability, the skills that you have as an adaptability and learning agility. Individuals who have got strong foundational skills can acquire new knowledge. They adapt to industry change and they engage in lifelong learning, which helps them not to adapt and have and showcase that agility that is very, very important for the 21st century. And I'm moving on to another part of the proficiency is the technical bit, the technical proficiency that children build during the foundational time. The foundational skills are the ones where these technical skills are actually coming up, and coming in. Now, many industries require employees to use digital tools, which often involve literacy, like understanding software interfaces, and numeracy, like handling the budgets, the coding, or even the analytics. Now, when I talk about the technical proficiency, I looking at the school structures that we have these days, the school system, especially the ones that are not so fortunate with a lot of technology and a lot of resources and all that, that is where we see teachers needing to be more, innovative and more collaborative, bringing in the outside aspects of partners and organizations that support with the technical, support or the technology bit of it to the schools. Like Another skill that really is required and is nurtured during the foundational period of a child's life is collaboration, learning to collaborate and learning how the teamwork works. You know, foundational literacy aids in effective communication across teams. And while numeracy, sports, project management, budgeting, and planning, having those foundational skills, having those literacy aids, it's really, really effective and is needed for children, and especially when they move from the adolescents to the teenagers to the young adults to become part of the work life and to become part of their journey towards becoming productive citizens for the countries that they're living in. Now, the question that are these foundational skills sufficient? Not alone, not separately, not on their own. While literacy and numeracy provides the foundation, they need to be supplemented. They need to be supplemented by many more other skills. And when we talk about 21st century skill, when I talk about 21st century skill, I talk about digital literacy, I talk about problem solving, I talk about creativity. We go to the social emotional part of it, the cell learning, we call it cell, the social emotional learning, the emotional intelligence, the teamwork and adaptability are very, very important for students to acquire and to learn during their foundational learning years. Another bit of these extra skills is technical and vocational training. Now, industry-specific skills beyond basic numeracy and basic literacy are very important, and we cannot deny their importance, especially in our current scenario. And we looked at it when our teachers needed to teach online, when we had the COVID situation. We see when the natural disasters happen, when we have to reach out to our students or our children who are cut off from the modern or civilized life, and we need to reach out to them. So whether we are using the micro-learning platforms, we are using the telephones, mobiles, video lessons and all that, that is where these skills are very, very important for students to be able to navigate with, and even for the teachers to be able to navigate with, right? The entrepreneurial skills and innovation skills, which are very, very critical for self-employment and leadership. Wow. So these foundational skills are necessary, but not sufficient, and must be reinforced. Yes.
Yes, and then of course must be supplemented by many other skills. Thank you so much. Absolutely. That was so much to take in within a very short period. Thank you so much, Naila. Next, I will be asking Abi Obataya to get ready. Abi, what role of education system, what is the role of education systems in preparing students with the essential skills needed for success in an ever-evolving workforce? So what is the particular role, what is expected of our education systems, given the fact that you do so much spanning across non-for-profit, profit, to, so having educational impact on a large scale? I believe this question is, you are just the right person to provide a response.
Okay, so
what's you, Abi?
Thank you. Thank you so much. So what makes an educational system? The structure, policies, institution, process that govern how education is delivered in a country, and in our case, in Nigeria. This cuts across funding, it cuts across resource allocation, policy and governance, it cuts across learning, teaching and learning, and assessment. The head teachers, and education workforce in all are involved, and also the learning standards. So education systems holistically play a significant role in equipping learners with skills that are essential for the workplace and for readiness, because how do you prepare for the future from school? That's the question. And how can the education system empower our students and prepare them for essential skills in workplace and to be successful at it as well? First, the curriculum design. A lot of things that we've spoken about today speaks to the curriculum design. Mrs. Adifsa has spoken about curriculum, and Nali has spoken about curriculum as well. Our curriculum needs to empower learners with foundational skills that Nalia was just talking about, the SEL, social emotional learning, the 6 competencies, no longer 4. There's now communication, leadership, and the citizenship as well, creativity, collaborative, the community that we're all talking about. So we need to prioritize competence-based learning and in our curriculum. Mrs. Adefsa has said it all. So she actually said a lot. So I would just, because of time. For example, STEM education is key. Things are changing. The world is changing. How things are done is changing. Education must change with it. The rote learning that we are used to must change. Our very key memorization and all that must change to practical STEM education, practical-based and competency-based learning. That's how we prepare them. In 2030, we would have different jobs. So how are we preparing our kids? Is it just by literacy and numeracy? No, we need to do more. For example, that's why with the World Robot Olympiad in my company, we help to ensure that children have the opportunities to learn AI, to learn robotics, and all of this, so that to give them a different perspective to education. There needs to be strengthened, the education system needs to be strengthened with partnerships between industries and education institutions. There must not be a disconnect. The banks are changing as well. The banks, the jobs required in the banks are no longer just accounting and the core jobs that are really necessary before. Now they need the tech people, because the systems are changing. So there needs to be a partnership between industries and education institutions. Internships and apprenticeship with we've mentioned this today. For example, we work with the ABIA First. We're working on the ABIA First programs where they're trying to institutionalize the Igbo internship and apprenticeship system to make it, to institutionalize it and make it part of school. So when you leave school and you move on to the apprenticeship system in the markets and all that, you're not losing your foundational and literacy and numeracy. That has been added to you. So you can go ahead and do that, because the education that we say before, that education then career later, is no longer. You can have your education and also have your career. So vocational training and technical education is key as well. Nali has spoken about that as well. The real world project needs to be part of school. We just need to change how school is being done and what we're exposed to in school. But how can we do all of this without the teachers? Mrs. Adifsa has mentioned that if the teachers can only give what they have. So with that, technology, training, the pedagogical shift must be there. There must be joint investment in education as well with the private sector. We cannot do it alone. The research development, funding, curriculum development is key. Infrastructure is key. We need to change how our schools are. The prison system where we sit down and all of that need to change, because that will affect skills, that will affect what we learn, how we learn. We cannot do all of this without policies. So if we, for all of this to change, it has to be embedded in policy. We have to know that for a teacher to be, for you to be a teacher, these are the things you need to be exposed to. The national skills development policies must align with educational goals and with the labor market, and with the labor market needs. Government should build framework that we would be able to use to ensure that, in 2030, and beyond, Nigeria has an excellent, population that we have. With the excellent population that we have, we're equipping our students with skills that will be useful in robotics, in AI, and all of that. Thank you
so much. Whoa. So 3 things I was able to pick there: policies, partnerships, apprenticeships, and a whole lot more that you have said. That was huge and massive. And thank you so much for bringing it into the context and helping us to understand how this can be done. So the second thing we're going to be looking at is future-ready competencies, evolving skills for a changing workplace. So of course, on this particular theme, we'll be having Folusho Aribi Sola answer this question. So Over to you, Mr. Felicia. My question is, what are the emerging competencies required by future employees, and how can we ensure individuals needed to adapt to new roles? I'm sure a lot of us have heard about mental health. My mental health. Over to you, Mr. Felicia.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm also going to commend all the panelists ahead of me. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of things that have been said because there's a lot of overlaps in this. But let's set the context first before we pick up the skills so that we can see the logic behind it. Now, my father worked for one organization all his life. My mom worked for two. A lot of my time I hire and help organizations identify talent that is critical for the organization, and I can see the criteria that they're setting has changed over the last few years, and I can understand why. And I'll run through about 7 core skills that they all ask for, that they put on top of the ladder that for us to hire talent, and it's understandable why, because the workplace is changing. You can't have now the whole idea. We're going to work for people who are graduating earlier in their early 20s, working later. So the average person will have a 40-year career. It's unrealistic to expect to learn all the skills ahead of that career, and it will be relevant for 40 years. In fact, research shows that most skills die within 3 years now and will need to be renewed. So because of that, I would say that the first skill set that I look out for, which is most important, is what I call self-learning and agility and adaptability skills. Now, what it does is that it assures your future. It tells you that it doesn't really matter how things change. You have the ability to train yourself, adapt, and be in line. I get into rooms where people complain, "We haven't been sent on the training," and immediately I know that I'm speaking to the wrong hire. Why? If your career is in your hands, you don't wait to be sent on the training. There's so much information online to help develop yourself. So that's a starting thing for me. I like people that recognize that they're self-driven. So they recognize that the more they learn, the more they can earn. And there's a connection between investing in their own learning and driving their career. Then the next thing is leadership and influence skills. Leadership isn't really about hierarchy anymore. Most businesses are flatter. If you look at most of the tech businesses, so it means that it's easier to start influencing immediately you get into an organization. Companies assume that they hire and they can create leaders out of everybody. I don't think so. I think that the skills can be learned, but it's easier to progress if you check for certain foundational skill sets and preferences for leadership. So people that have that ability to lead and influence, and we have recruitment processes whereby we create activities where we step back and see how people address a problem within a collective, beyond applying their technical skills, how they collaborate with others. That leads to the next thing. It doesn't really matter how capable people are. If you can't work with others, you can't get value out of them. So they're what you call social, emotional intelligence and collaborative skills are very, very important. The ability to put yourself in other people's shoes, understand what they're going through, step back, know when to support, and know when to subjugate your own needs so that the team moves forward. Sometimes smart people, it's always all about them, and it can be very disruptive. So that ability to also read the room and recognize when to step in and how to be that X-man or X-woman that adds value. So that team building skills is very critical. Then we're living in an increasingly complex world and complex workplace. So critical thinking and I would say problem solving is also very important. You can't really predict the problems that you will see in the future. So you need to get people that can read and they can quickly embrace and deal with those problems as well. And now, it means that also being creative is also important. Based on the way many people are trained, they can be very, very linear in the way they approach problems, which creates constraints to them. So problem-solving skills are important. And of course, digital literacy, particularly many work streams have changed significantly over the last few years. When we see JDs and CVs from clients, the description of a competent individual a year ago would not serve to recruit an individual this year now. So there's a lot more technology involved in the work stream. So ability to work with technology. Now, AI can analyze data, but you still need the human being that will bring in the context, will bring in the ethical value, will bring the emotional component as well. So the digital literacy skills are important, and technology skills are also important. Then I think I had mentioned communication skills. That is a big gap and is overlooked. It doesn't really matter how much you know. If you can't express yourself, sell your ideas, you're not going to be that much value to yourself or to your organization. So ability to articulate, and there's a connection between how people think and how they speak. You have to first process the thoughts in your mind, structure it in a way, and analyze the room, analyze the audience. So it's also a measure of intelligence to some extent. So ability to present and project and communicate well is very, very critical. Then I will say business and financial acumen, very, very important as well. We hire people because of their technical skills, and then they come in and they have a mono technical view, and they are more keen on having a technical solution without asking, is it the right commercial solution for the business? They can become very inflexible because of their technical perspective. So ability to step back and understand the commercial implication of their actions or inaction on the business, and be able to see where their role fits in the overall value creation matrix for the organization is important to say that. And I think that for you to work in the workplace, and you must know how your role adds value to the organization and know how to raise that as well. And I put financial acumen as well, because you can't manage a budget if you can't manage your budget financially as well. So the starting point is, and when employees are in debt, they are financially unstable, you can never get the best out of them as well. So that financial acumen is key. So those will be my rundown. I could go on and on, and each of them have been mentioned. Well, those would be my top 7 that I hear employees looking for, and ownership as well. Which is not more of a behavioral trait, where people come in and it allows that to lay a foundation to apply the skills. Thank you very much.
Wow, this is massive. And I'm sure you will all agree with me that it was able to touch critically on every area, especially as a business owner. You know that these skills are beyond just what we are used to. Thank you so much, Mr. Folusha. Abby, I'm coming back to you, so get ready. So my next question is to Abby. How do technological advancements, automation, and globalization impact the competencies required by the workforce? Okay. I'll take it again. How do technological advancements, automation, and globalization impact the competences required by the workforce?
Okay, yeah. Thank you again, Toyin. Technological advancement is one of the leading primary forces that is expected to reshape the global labor market by 2030. So says the World Economic Forum Future of Work Report 2025. The report also says that about 92 million jobs may be displaced. We hear that a lot, and approximately about 170 million new roles may emerge by 2030. That's just about 4 or 5 years to this time. So that results in a 78 million net gain of jobs. But what are really the in-demand skills for these new roles? I believe that, just as Mr. Arib Salah said, the leading skills should be your proficiency, technology proficiency. You have to understand robotics, AI, you have to be able to learn, emerge. Digital literacy is key. Leadership and social influence and self-management is key. You mentioned self-management is especially because if you have self-management, you'll be able to evolve regardless of what is happening. So here is how tech and automation and globalization is reshaping the workforce. First, and there's a lot and rise of automation and AI. I work in the robotics space, teaching children and working with teachers and trying to solve real life problems. So we see that many routine jobs are being automated. Madam Adifsa spoke about the legal work being automated. There are so many more. We all see that now, requiring workers to develop higher order skills like creativity, problem solving, and digital fluency. So it's not just to use AI how do I use the AI? How intelligently can I use the AI? How creative am I? That's where that is coming. How can I use it for problem solving? We can also see that the global job market and dynamics has changed. I live in the UK, but I have a full team in Nigeria that I work with. And they're not just in one place in Nigeria, they're across Nigeria. I have other people in Canada that I work with as well. So dynamics have changed. So as a person, you have to then understand cross-border collaboration, what that means, and you have to be adaptable. You have to be culturally aware and you have to be tech savvy enough. We're having this meeting now and we can take minutes, we can do all of that. You have to, no longer 24 hours, minutes, as simple as that. Tech automation as really shaping how we do things. And for example as well, STEM and digital literacy should be core competencies. And normally, literacy and numeracy are core competencies in school. But now countries have prioritized STEM education, robotics, coding in primary and secondary school with better prepare students for the future. And that's why what we do with our class foundation as well. Reskilling and lifelong learning. Mr. Ibisola spoke about that as well. You need to, it's not just, they're not sending you to go on, more courses on what you do. You need to continually learn. You need to continually improve. Continuous learning through micro-credentials. You have online courses. All of these things are critical. And tech skills is required to be relevant in the future of work. He also spoke about ethical and social considerations. With technology shaping the world, ethical decision-making, cybersecurity is necessary. We don't want our children to use this technology and to do other things that are rather than things that are positive that would be better for them and the society as well. So digital responsibility must be part of education system. We have to teach all of this in school. We have to make people aware of this. So technology, automation, globalization, they're here to stay. And we need to ensure that we prepare the future-ready children. We will be able to, get this work. Nigeria is really peculiar because we have the population. We have the population like China, like India. So what are we actually doing to prepare and ensure that the world of tech, automation, and globalization is really, really properly utilized and, our people in future are really relevant? We need to do this. So that's it. Thank you from me.
All right. That was highly educating and bringing it home. Thank you so much once again, Abby. So we move to the next conversation, which is our third theme for today, workplace readiness and inclusion. So to you, Mr. Folusha, what is the importance of cultivating a workforce that is not only skilled, but also diverse and inclusive? What's the importance? Why is this important, but also diverse and inclusive? Over to you, sir.
Okay. Interesting topic at this point in time. There's a lot of pushback on diversity, for political reasons. But a few things. I work with organizations to build an effective workforce, and there's no question in terms of the value that diversity brings. And I'm going to point out a few. One, for many companies that have a retail broad market base, it's always better for your customers to reflect your workforce as well. So if you're serving broad dynamic markets, it's always important. So I have clients that are national companies, and they deliberately, when we have recruitment programs for them, they want to create an equal opportunity across the whole country. A way of understanding and getting closer to your market. Two, based on your background, your experience, you normally have a perspective to life. That perspective can be skewed right, wrong, or correct. But what happens is that you can find broader, more sustainable solutions the more diverse your workforce is, meaning that if you reinforce that diversity with a culture that allows people to speak up within the room, when you're brainstorming, when you're developing products, you have a broader source of data points that allows you to develop better products, better positions, and better solutions than if you had a skewed monolithic organizational structure. Then three, for talent attraction. as well. When candidates have a choice now, you're in a war, the war for talent, it's between countries, even before you talk about between organizations. So, and they can x-ray your organization very, very quickly on LinkedIn, look at who your leaders are, etc. So for me, I have seen companies lose access to talent that can be transformational because they're viewed as a Yoruba company, an Igbo company, or as a company, and people genuinely believe that they don't have an equal opportunity to rise to the top because there is a sectional or cultural preference. So you want to avoid all those kind of things. And when you also talk about the world where you're working remote work, being able to tap into global talent, that itself requires some level of diversity to accommodate and bring in people from all those different cultures and talent that is available to you. And when we talk about diversity, the model, there are different layers to it. You have gender diversity, where you offer equal opportunities to all genders. You have age diversity as well. In the workplace now, the workplace is shifting. Many businesses at the executive level still have one generation. The workplace policies, remuneration, work structures, cultural communication systems were designed for 20 years ago. Now, if you look at the workplace now, 60% of them are in a different generation. So for me, diversity and inclusion also means that recognizing that people in my generation are exiting the workplace. I'm already making my retirement plan. So if you want the company to succeed, you need to be mindful of creating a workspace that accommodates and makes younger people feel that they're welcome and they own the business. And that's, for me, it's functional diversity, recognizing that for you to be successful, you still have people that will demonstrate leadership, but you want to leverage the innovation, the drive, and the creativity of the younger generation as well. And of course, there's also religious diversity as well, which is important. It allows you to mirror your marketplace and also to mirror the continent and the nation, which we have multiple divisions, and to show that notwithstanding what your religious beliefs are, you create a space where you can have a common culture who can come together as one family, compete and win in the marketplace. So for me, I see that there are more benefits from diversity. Now, the challenge and the argument is that you don't have to, if you do the work, you don't have to lower standards to accommodate diversity. There are enough smart women, enough smart young people, and enough smart people of any tribe and religion that if you design your recruitment process properly, you can incorporate diversity and still not sacrifice the quality of talent that you have in the room. So for me, I'm all the way for diversity. Thank you very much.
Awesome, awesome. So what I could pick from that is the aspect of offering psychological safety and the overall importance of improving the quality of products, better outcomes, talent attractions, and considering restructuring, as well as considering the fact that diversity is also diverse in its nature, talking about gender, age, generational gaps. So policy structures and regulations should also be looked into. Awesome. Right. So I'm going to be going to our next panelist, Mr. Daniel. Please be ready. My question to you is, how can employers, educators, and policymakers work together to create inclusive environments that value different perspectives? So kind of still talking about diversity and inclusion, but at this point, we're looking at the entire stakeholders in the business setting, employers, educators, talking about schools and other educational establishments, policymakers across board. How can they work together, collaborate, come together to create inclusive environments that value diverse perspectives? Over to you, Mr. Daniel.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think my previous panelists have said it all in terms of digging into those three sectors. So I'll try and just loop everything together. I like to, let me begin in the education space to start with. So I personally have this mantra that education is the silver bullet solution to all societal problems. Once you solve education, you solve everything else. So if you're looking at policy, employers, and stuff, let's take it at the big picture, for instance. There is no country in the world that is better than its workforce. And there's no country in the world that the quality of its workforce is better than the quality of its educational system, which means you can't have a mediocre educational system and have an excellent workforce. It just doesn't happen. So to have a great workforce, you need a great educational system. So that's where it starts from. It's building a very strong educational system that would generate great doctors, great politicians, great technocrats, great business people, whatsoever. So I was advised that if there's any problem happening in any country, you can trace it back to the educational system and figure out where to solve that problem there. Once you solve it there, your bigger picture issues would be solved. So I have kind of like divided this into three things. I'll take the education first. When it comes to education, I think we have to be very intentional about drawing curriculums that promote diversity in culture, diversity in history, diversity in socioeconomic background, so that the way our kids are behaving in the classroom is going to materialize in the way they behave 25 years to come. So if you want to see the future of any country, just spend some time in the classroom. Whatever is happening in that classroom system will tell you what is going to happen in that country in the next 10 to 15 years. But we also need to move away from the curriculum, because most of the time, any change in governments, anybody talks, the best thing is, let's change the curriculum, let's do this to the curriculum. Look, across Africa, if you read some of the curriculums that we have on this continent, they are brilliant. We have very smart people that are putting together very strong curriculum. Majority of the time, the problem is not with the curriculum. It is the implementation of the curriculum. How do I deliver the curriculum in a way that my students can assimilate and make it a part of their DNA? It is that, that gap between what we have on paper with what is in the classroom is what we really need to be focusing on. And we need to give the curriculum some time to breathe and produce the results that we wanted to produce before we, keep changing it. Beyond the curriculum, I think we also have to encourage critical thinking. I think, I wouldn't go too deep into this. It's just, how do we develop young people who can challenge assumptions and challenge norms, and understand it's not coming from a place of negativity, but a place of learning. Equitable participation as well. So how do we build collaborative environments in our classrooms where, irrespective of where you come from, irrespective of your socioeconomic background, students feel like they can also contribute to whatever is happening in the classroom. For instance, you don't want to go into a classroom where you ask a question and kids are afraid to raise their hand because they know if they give the wrong answer, the teacher might punish me, or my friends may laugh at me. Right? You create an environment where it would materialize in the workplace, because when they get into the workplace, they might be afraid to even voice out ideas because that's how they've been trained from childhood. The critical equitable participation is quite important. The next point is also just cultural responsive teaching. Right? We need to make sure our teaching is quite adaptive to different cultures that we have in our countries. Ghana alone has more than 40 languages with so many dialects. Nigeria, the same thing. And you can see that across the entire continent. So you have to be very, very cognizant of that in terms of how we're teaching our kids and how we're bringing them and making them feel inclusive within the classroom, because that's going to reflect in the workplace as well. So that's the educational realm. For employers, I think employers have to be very proactive in the way we recruit and promote individuals from varied backgrounds. Right. So the representation in the employment space is also quite important. You don't want your employment space to be homogeneous, for instance. So as Foluso said, the way you have to be very intentional about the way you recruit. And diversity does not mean you are lowering standards. It's just saying, look, if I want women in my workspace, maybe the recruitment materials should reflect the images of that. If I want certain people from a certain background, maybe I should be very intentional about going to the communities where I can find these people and recruit them for them. It takes extra effort, and that effort the onus is on the employer to do so. So if you're diverse, if your company is not diverse, you should be looking introspectively to see what is the company doing that is leading to this lack of diversity in the workplace. The other thing is psychological safety, which is super important, both in the classroom and the workforce. Employers need to create environments where the employees feel like they can challenge ideas, they can share ideas without the fear of retribution. As in, I'm so scared if I say this, maybe this person may think this, and therefore I may not get my promotion and so forth. It does a lot of harm to the company itself. So that psychological safety is important. That being said, if you're an employee and you find yourself in an environment where you don't have psychological safety, exit. There's no need for you to waste your time and energy in an environment that doesn't, allow you to be able to be your most authentic self. And then, of course, continuous learning. And a continuous learning, I think this also the onus falls back on the employee. Like there's so many resources right now we have in the world, from ChatGPT to YouTube. You can learn on your own. You can't only, wait to say, oh, maybe I have issues in time management because my employer has not given me training in time management. You can learn time management from anywhere, right? You can also take the initiative to teach your colleagues. You don't have to wait for your boss or someone else to be the one taking it. So I think just being a self-starter also helps. But you realize that everything that I'm mentioning starts in the classroom. If the classroom is strong in doing this, it will just by default reflect in the workspace as well.
Absolutely.
And it's the same thing with policymakers as well. Policy has to be inclusive in terms of how policymakers are coming with their policies, and also be very intentional that whatever trainings that are being developed is not just for people in the cities, but we are very conscious about the individuals that are living in our villages, in our underserved communities that may not have equal opportunities. What are we doing to make sure that they also have an equal opportunity to be able to contribute meaningfully to themselves, their family, and the country at large? And I think that's super important for policy.
Wow. So just to let you know that so much conversation is also going on in the chat. If they want to take a look at it, it's been amazing because I have been able to actively check on both ends. So yes, Scott, I'm coming to you right away. Get ready.
Yeah.
So my question for you is about social emotional learning and the future of work. What role does social emotional learning play in preparing individuals for the complexities of the modern workplace?
Okay.
I'll take that again.
You.
Okay,
yeah.
so
no,
I think
we're
you
good.
got it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I want to do a couple of preface, if that's okay, briefly, and I'll also keep my remarks brief. I know to get the timing is want to make sure everyone gets their words in. There's nothing I have to add around what everyone is saying. Everything it's been so fun to listen and hear so many echoes of the work that we're doing. But I also want to call out that the work I'm doing in this space when it comes to Africa, I've just put in the chat my co-authors. And so we're working with a number of countries. We have an international research network looking at the nature of social emotional learning, but also working with educators around helping understand how they're framing it. And I loved hearing it. We have to help build their capacity around SEL because it's part of their qualities as well. So just wanted to make sure, and I've got other things I'll put in the chat, some resources and open access pieces that they can follow up on. So I won't talk as much about it, but I'll share the pieces that the people can use. And I also have a number of open access lessons and activities that you can take and then make it better, improve it, make sure it's culturally relevant and things like that. So there's a lot that I'll be able to share with you. But I think what I can contribute in this is exactly that framing, that what you're hearing is that the world of work needs what we call durable human skills. And that's what SEL is. And the reason why it's durable is because they don't change. Once you have them, you just keep building as they go forward. It isn't the technical skills where we have to consistently be up-to-dating and doing all of this. So I love framing it as a durable skill because it means it's meaningful and it's important. We have all kinds of research showing that, yes, it makes a better student. Yes, it supports mental health. And yes, it now prepares one for the world of work. And so these are all important facets. I would also add into this that what when we think about what is the nature of education has been a big part of this conversation, and just great things that are being said, and totally agree with all of it. That we basically have education systems around the world in many places, the United States included, where we're really creating passivity. We're really creating a student who needs to sit and listen and be told. And guess what? It hasn't worked. I don't know how long we're going to keep doing this, but it doesn't work, right? So we're really focusing in the work we do on personalizing the experience so that students and their families are discovering their talent, right? And that doesn't mean academics. Sometimes that talent is leadership. Sometimes that talent is creativity, as we talked about. It's not about the academic scores. It's about what is that talent, looking at the world of work. And as we talk about Africa, we need to talk about both formal and informal labor opportunities, and making informal a credible pathway to really be thinking about as an entrepreneur. And then the planning skills. How do I get there? What do I need to learn? What are the technical skills I need to develop in order to pursue these things? But what I've learned, in my colleagues in South Africa, Gloria and Marseille, made it really clear that when you have such a high unemployment rate among youth, career development isn't about a career, it's about hope, it's about purpose. And so taking this education system and transforming it into a talent development enterprise is really about building capacity for youth to start discovering themselves, future opportunities, and how they can contribute to building a better planet. And so we're doing a lot of lessons to help bring in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We're trying to help them see that there's issues that are in their neighborhoods that are happening at a global level, and what's the community of that we can join to kind of, have an impact. And we're finding that students really resonate to that. They want to find purpose in those pieces. So that's one of the pieces, I think, in terms of that. And I think I've said enough on that, and I'll put another piece in the chat as we're going. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you. We're looking forward to the resources. I will be looking forward to the resources. So please, audience, you are not left out. Scott has actually dropped the link to the resources in the chat. So you want to please pick that up. Also, I would like to announce that if you have questions, the Q&A session is there for you to be able to drop in your questions, because as soon as we are done with the panelists, then I will have to be reading the questions that you have for them. Please tag the name of the person you would like to answer your questions in the Q&A on the Zoom call. Okay, so I'm coming back to you. Okay, yes. So of course, Naila, I'm coming back to you. And my question to you is, what are the practical strategies for integrating social emotional learning into the curriculum and workplace training programs to promote emotional intelligence among stakeholders in the workplace? So I don't know if you got that, or you want me to repeat the question one more time. Your mic is not open.
I was talking to myself as, sorry. All right, okay. Thank you so much. Yes, I got your question. And as Mr. Scott was just saying, SEL is such a significant part of education, especially when it comes to talking about it as integration into the curriculum, or into into general life itself, right? But for me as an educator, when I look at it and its integration into both the curriculum and into the workplace training programs, I look at it as when you're talking about just the core subjects within being in the school, it's we embedding, as educators, we embedding these SEL skills or SEL elements in terms of doing it. We look at it using literature, using history, using storytelling, exploring themes of empathy, resilience, and ethical decision making. We look at integrating problem solving, and just like the way Daniel said, that the other things are now less important, and integrating problem solving and having the skills to conflict, being able to resolution conflict, and especially in mathematics and science, like, you know, when you're doing the problem solving, you are looking at these, that is when embedding of SEL can happen and should be happening. We look at the experiential learning part of it, you know, role-playing, debates, and real-world simulations to practice the self-awareness and interpersonal skills. We involve children in community service projects when we are trying to tell them that, oh, you're going to do community service because you have been involved in a disciplinary thing. Instead of using community service projects as fostering responsibility and teamwork, and that's where children learn the most. That's like the way we say it like commonly, that if you really want to teach me, involve me. So that's where you don't use community service, and we as educators shouldn't be that. I should change my vocabulary to making it more positive, that we need to use community service projects to foster responsibility, to foster teamwork in our children, in our learners. We need to teach them mindfulness and self-regulation, what kind of exercises they can do, being daily, like routines in the classes, mindful activities to enhance their focus and their emotional regulation. How do you deal with the friendship issues? How do you deal with the letting go? How do you deal with thinking that I'm not getting as much attention as I need? How do you regulate those emotions? And journaling for self-reflection and emotional processing. Those are the things that us as educators, teachers can bring into classrooms to bring in to enhance the SEL. Even peer collaboration and group work, I feel, teacher training and role modeling. These are such, like, important steps that can be taken when we just talk about the curricula. If you look at the work training programs, you can, when we are onboarding, when we are looking at onboarding the new students, new children into professional development training programs, emotional intelligence training is a part of, should be a part of corporate orientation. It should be part of continuous learning modules on, where when we develop these modules, on empathy, on leadership and adaptability, it should be integrated. It should be brought in naturally. Mentorship and coaching programs, assigning mentors. It looks, when you're looking at it, assigning mentors might look like an old idea or an old school thing, but mentorship programs are so successful. Coaching programs are so successful when it comes to relationships and emotional regulations and handling workplace stresses. It's a key element. You encourage feedback. We do so many things, right? Team building and conflict resolutions, and at the workplaces, at during the workshops, we can bring that in. We can bring in trainings for mindfulness and stress management initiatives at the workplaces, instead of making it a mechanical routine. We can support our learners, our work people, to actually, get into those trainings and build those skills. It looks like my internet is a bit. I hope I was able to make some sense.
You of course you are. Thank you so much. So we will be wrapping up the sessions right away. Apologies, we have 2 more questions to take, but our time is fast spent. But before we actually wrap up, I'm going to be going into my question and answer box to check. We have 2 questions there. One for Lucia. Okay, I think that's taken out. And then we have another one. Okay, this one was not actually indicated to anybody, but I think Abby can do justice to this. So the question is saying that AI is a tool that is coming from the workforce. We normally brag about. How can we integrate this into the learning curriculum? The mistake Africa usually make is being a third-party user. How can we be a forced user and developer in this space? Because in the near future, work will be for the AI. Okay, so I think there's a bit of grammatical, but I hope you got that. Yes, over to you, Abby.
Thank you. I understand. Great question. We should not also be hard on ourselves because AI is also relatively new. Yes, although we have self-driving cars and things all over the world, in some parts of the world. But I live in the UK, and I know that in the education space, teaching and embedding AI and robotics is just starting, as we are doing in Nigeria as well. I even went to my county and I said, I built STEM labs in Nigeria, but I've not seen any STEM lab for the primary and secondary school in London, in the UK. And they said, oh, come and do that. So we're also all just developing. And, early exposure is necessary. Early exposure and education is necessary. We have to start the basic concepts of AI, robotics, and, it's here to stay from early childhood. We work with the World Robot Olympiad, and that's exactly what we do. We bridge the gap in our class. We've partnered with the World Robot Olympiad. We give young learners hands-on experience in robotics and AI and engineering. Parents can also do this as well. So early exposure is key. STEM and education emphasis is key. The science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And as we said before, enough of the sitting down and listening to teacher. Education must change. Children must be involved in project-based and based things. All of this must be integrated into school. Partnerships and collaboration must change as well. We must forge partnerships with tech companies and AI developers. I met with a young man recently. He makes cars. His name is Jerry Malu. He's a Nigerian. He lives in Abuja. He was a keynote.
Awesome.
Teacher training is key. Project-based education, curriculum development and implementation, as Daniel said, and entrepreneurship and innovation is key to this.
Yes, basically together we can achieve more. We can't overemphasize that. Yes, so for Lucia, you may want to check the Q&A session. Muinat. Mr. Folusho has actually answered your question, and any other person that is interested can open up the Q&A box. You can read up the response there. So yes, it's been my pleasure to actually have everyone today. I'm so passionate about this panel session because my organization is all about core skills, core skills, core skills, core skills. So it's Core Skills Transformational Academy Limited. And I'm so glad that we're able to do a lot of justice to that. So at this point, I'm going to be handing over to the main presenter for NEDIS 2025. Please, you may want to take over the floor. Thank you so much once again, my panelists. I want us to just put our digital hands together, celebrate this beautiful, bright minds that have helped us to do justice to this panel session. Thank you once again, and till we see you again. Bye for now. Bye.
Thank you so very much. Our very engaging Dr. Toyin. Thank you so much for this session, and many thanks goes to our other seasoned panelists who you guys have done real justice to this topic of discussion, which is breaking barriers, creating education systems that are accessible to all learners. We just went through that, and it was really something. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, panelists, for the takeaways that we have. We have a lot to take here. I'm sure people's notes are buzzing. The chat boxes are buzzing. Our notes are filling up. And right away, we're going to move to a short presentation titled Future Ready Skills, Where We Are in Africa by Ms. Inyang Udo Umorian, who is the CEO of Association of Development of Education Africa, ADEA. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon. So a quick one. I'm a project manager with the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, so-called ADEA, mostly called ADEA. So I heard you say I'm a CEO, but no, I'm not. So I just thought I'd correct that. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. Please, can I have the right to share my screen? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? All right. I really can't see the chat, but I guess that's a yes.
We can. Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you here today. Okay. All right. So once again, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ian Godomarin. I currently work with ADIA as a project manager. So it's a pleasure to be on this summit, sharing more about our unified perspective on education for the future. I think we are all in the same boat. We all want to see Africa reach its explore the huge talents we have in the young people, and our education system obviously needs to rise to the call that we need to ensure that our future is preserved and our children are able to function appropriately in the future that we foresee. All right, I'm just going to give a bit of a background to ADIA. So ADIA is a Pan-African organization which is hosted by the African Development Bank in Abidjan, that's Côte d'Ivoire, and it's centrally made up of partner countries. So pretty much all the African countries and a number of development partners as well are represented in the network of ADIA. And largely ADIA is quite prominent on its convening power, right, and strength, and which we express in a number of ways. So ADIA is a forum for policy dialogue on education. It's also a network of policymakers, practitioners, and researchers. Also enables partnerships and leverages a lot of partnerships across ministries of education in Africa and also key education stakeholders. We also play the role of being a catalyst for accelerating education reforms and building a platform for promoting critical knowledge and skills for Africa. So our central goal is to empower African countries to transform learning, transform schooling to meaningful learning. And I think that's something that we all share. It's a goal that we all share to ensure that we're having better learning outcomes come through our education systems. And we do that mostly by leveraging our global connected partnerships and also our secretariat, which sits here in Abidjan. And we largely work within a network we call Inter-Country Quality Nodes, ICQNs. So yes, ADIA is largely around ensuring that African governments are conscious of the needs of the education systems that they run, and obviously for us to see a better future that we all hope for. So I know that there's been a lot of the definition of what skills we need for the future has already been provided, right? From the presentation with Mrs. Adefisayo and up until now, and I think that it's very clear, even with the panel conversations, that there is a lot that we need to ensure that skills are strengthened within our education systems for the future that we want. And this is the future that we want for personal development of our children and also for the workspace. Just taking us a bit backwards from an African perspective, in terms of the background to this, is that we have generally in Africa made improvements in access to education. So that this has largely been around increasing enrollment rates, both for girls, for boys, and within school rates, within primary, secondary, and up to tertiary levels. We've had a lot of improvements in those. They are not probably the most exciting numbers that we would want to see, but Africa has made progress in this direction. However, I think we also know that foundational skills is something that we are still struggling with, right? Where we're still having approximately 90% of children who can't read basic text at the age of 10, and also low proficiency in mathematics, which obviously is really required for us to have stronger science and technology systems within our education system. But then also, what is clear is that foundational skills is the building block for lifelong learning and for workforce readiness. So the things that we want to see in the future, all the 21st century skills that we want to see our children exhibit in the workspace, in the system, in the future, all of those really leveraged need to be built on foundational skills, which is a key focus for a number of initiatives that are currently ongoing in the continent. Now, looking at it from a continental perspective, right? The current agenda that the African Union has released is called the Agenda 2063, right? So this is the Africa we want to see. So this is the future we want for Africa, from a continental perspective. We want to see an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. And who are the people who are going to drive this agenda in 2063? Our children of today, our young people of today. These are the people who are really going to drive this agenda. We do then need to consider more deeply how we ensure that we are building the capacity of these young people to ensure that this agenda is met. And through the Agenda 2063, there are core aspirations and goals that are very targeted. So this is a broad agenda for Africa, but then key to the education system is to ensure that within the aspiration to have a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, we have the goal of developing human and social capital, right? So this is having well-educated citizens and skills underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. So we're moving towards a future where there is a lot of expectations around ensuring that Africa owns the initiatives around science, technology, and innovation. We're also aspiring for an Africa whose development is people-driven, right? We also know that essentially the strongest resource of every nation and any nation is its people, not necessarily its mineral resources, but if the people are not strengthened to harness the mineral resources, then obviously that's not useful or helpful. So definitely we need to have an Africa whose development is people-driven, definitely relying especially on women and youth and caring for the children to ensure that they are stronger and capable of holding the Africa that we want to see in 2063. So the goal here is to have engaged and empowered youth and children prepared for the future that we want to see. So the expected outcomes from this agenda is to see more African youth who are mobile, see more new businesses emanating from the ingenuity and talent of young people, and also being able to have a reduction in the proportion of youth unemployment, at least by 15% by 2063. So what should we focus on as Africans, right? And why should we focus on this? Now, this is a call for us to empower young people. Why do we need to empower young people? I'm certain, or I want to believe that a number of us are quite on the same page with the trajectory of young people in Africa, the representation of young people in Africa across global distribution of age, right? So we are seeing that by 2100, so 2100, we expect to have about 4 million young people in Africa, right? And this is really going to outpace the rest of the world. African young people would make a large proportion of the global economy, right? So then if we're going to lead the economy in 2063 or in 50 years or 60 years with our young people leading the global economy, what do we need to put in place to ensure that our young people are prepared to lead the global economy in the next 50 years, right? So therefore, we do need to provide these young people with requisite knowledge. We need to provide them with requisite skills, behavior, attitude, and values. And I know the panel earlier on had talked a lot around what skills that we need young people to have to be ready for the workspace, right? So therefore, we do need to consciously be in a position to provide opportunities for that knowledge, for that skill, for the behavior, behavioral patterns that we need and expect the future children to have. And now we know that really the number of young people who are not in employment, not in education and training within the youth population is quite high. So this is a call for not just education, but for a call for partnerships, right? Partnerships across the industry, partnerships across development institutions. We all need to rise up to work towards ensuring that the children are better prepared for the future. All right, so then from a practical point of view, right, how can industry and other partners be involved in education? Right? We all agree that Africa needs adequately trained, relevantly skilled, and holistically ready workforce. We agree that we need to have robust ecosystems that support technology-enhanced learning. And this is largely because we know that the future we are looking towards is one that is largely going to leverage science and technology. So how do we provide the digital infrastructure and strengthen the pedagogical approaches that would ensure that digital learning is embedded in the way our young people are growing, right? How do we move classroom practices to meet future employability needs, right? How do we promote more accountability and transparency? How do we ensure, there's been a lot around curriculum changes that need to be in place. How do we ensure that we have the relevant curriculum and infrastructure for youth and skill development and employability? These are questions that not just partners need to answer, not just industry, but obviously our own African government systems need to collaboratively answer these questions. And then obviously, how do we work and ensure that we're increasing availability and utilization of quality data and evidence for decision making? Now, all the things that we need, connecting education systems to the labor systems, to the ICT systems at national and global levels, all of this require data to be able to make adequate and appropriate decisions around the needs that we need to address for the young people. And how do we address the issues around standardized frameworks or guidelines that need to govern industry and school collaborations? So these are some of the things that industry and other partners need to come in and try to support to ensure that we are answering these questions in preparation and providing platforms that would ensure that initiatives are conceived or put together to address these questions. A number of things from the from the continental space that has tried to look at this have been the African Continental Free Trade Area. This is largely around the needs of Africa to maintain and drive its relevance and its global economic realities. So this obviously, it's connected to what you would call the workspace. So really, if we want to have this free trade area, we do need to have children who are ready to drive the objectives of this free trade area, continental free trade area. And then central to the discussion we're having today is also the continental education strategy for Africa. The previous strategy is ending this year. So we're starting off with a new strategy that runs from 2026 to 2035. And really, within this strategy, education still remains the basic human right? And the government still remains the main duty bearers for this. Obviously, education remains a top priority for Africa. And we do have the strategy also covers strategic areas that are cross-cutting issues, right? So from gender equity and inclusion, second chance learning for mostly kids, children that have been out of school, having more inclusion around more focus on higher education and TVET, so technical and vocational education and training, which is often not on kind of, would we say it's underemphasized. I think TVET is one component of skills development that has been really underemphasized in our education system, which is something that we need to actively also be mindful of. And then obviously foundational learning, teachers, education and educators and caregivers, all of this are components of the continental education strategy for Africa, which we would call on partners and the industry to support to ensure that the goals and the objectives and the aspirations within these networks are achieved, are supported to ensure that they are achieved. So a few areas of collaboration. So really my presentation is, how do we come together? I know that we've talked a lot around what the key skills we need for future, what are the skills we need for future? How do we build those skills? So here I am calling for areas that we can collaborate on, right? Collaborate mostly with the government, being that the government are the duty bearers of the education systems that we want to see and the children that we want to see in the future. So across the strategic areas for the CESAR strategy, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, we're looking around how do we collaborate on resources to an enabling environment, right? How do we ensure that evidence policies and system management are driving, are made available for the change that we want to see? How do we ensure, collaborate on supporting teachers, educators, and caregivers? So how do we support the government to improve teacher policies, professional development, and accountability? How do we increase the attractiveness, for recruiting teaching profession? Currently, we know that there's a huge shortage on the number of teachers required for foundational skills and, broadly for the education sector. So how do we encourage and strengthen the capacity of teachers and general educators and school leaders? How do we ensure that we are applying cost-effective approaches to improving foundational learning, right? That is a huge position for collaboration across. There are a lot of initiatives that are currently happening around foundational learning, which we would want to continue to drive the conversation and ensure that the change that we want is happening, right? There are a number of cost-effective approaches, structured pedagogy, teaching at the right level. These are evidence-based strategies and innovations and initiatives that are currently being applied. How do we build on those? How do we scale those? How do we support the government to scale some of these initiatives? And also looking out for initiatives at TVET skills, at higher education skill levels. How do we collaborate on all of this, especially given that we are trying to create a clear trajectory towards the future that we want to see? So within higher education as well, there are areas for collaboration to strengthen links between TVET and the labor market, strengthen links between the higher education sector and the labor market, and then obviously ensuring that we're expanding access and quality, access to quality higher education within our systems. And then obviously emphasizing on research. We need Africa to lead the narrative on our scientific research, or generally research that needs to speak to the changes that we want to see in the continent. We do need to have collaboration and support for our education research systems. Then obviously for lifelong learning, we need collaborations on programs that would ensure that out-of-school kids are brought back on board and capacity strengthened to ensure that they're also being able to live up to the expectations that we have for the future from an economic development perspective and generally for the continent and the global society as a whole. Then also definitely on inclusion, there is room for collaboration on enforcing and strengthening gender equality in and through education, right? So these are like the 6 core areas within the CESA, so the Continental Education Strategy, which calls for collaboration. Yes, we do all realize and agree that there is a problem that we all need to solve, but then we do need to also come together to try and solve that as in a unified form. So some of the engagement that ADIA has supported in terms of engagement for basic education have been driving the conversation, convening and creating a platform for engagement around basic education largely have been supports that we've offered to regional economic communities, the technical working groups, and also engaging at ministerial level. So ministerial education meetings for the regional economic communities as well. And then we've held high-level policy dialogues through our regular, what we call the triennial, which is largely a review and strategic development for the ADIR strategy for a couple of years. So the next triennial is actually happening this year, where we would be bringing together all the different commitments that have been made through different platforms and getting more commitment from government to ensure that changes are being made across our, core components of the education system. And then we also support ministerial forums on ICT integration into education and training for Africa, and also driving engagement around digital skills for African youth, and then high policy dialogue forum on secondary education. These are things that we've done in the past, and then we as a platform continue to engage at ministerial level, at country level, to ensure that there's more commitment. And recently, last year, we had the FLEX, what we call African Foundational Learning Exchange, and we had over 20 ministers represented there with commitments at the end of the day to ensure that learning poverty is ended by 2035. So that is one angle that we feel like a lot of partners also need to come in to support the different governments, different African governments, to ensure that foundational skills are strengthened, because obviously you can't have a stronger future and readiness for work if the foundational skills are lacking. So definitely, we also have supported and worked with MasterCard Foundation on the EdTech conference and ministerial forum that held in Abuja last year in July. And on an ongoing basis, we keep trying to provide an opportunity for industry and African governments to engage and provide that platform for collaboration to ensure that we are building capacity of children that we need for the future. So from an early foundational level, how do we prioritize foundational learning? How do we raise its salience? How do we raise and ensure that everybody's conscious of the need for foundational learning? So like I said earlier, how do we enhance inter-country collaboration? There's room for us to adapt and integrate and scale up evidence-based approaches. Like I mentioned, teaching at the right level, structured pedagogy, learning through play. Those are things that we can support. How do we support government to scale up these innovations? How do we enhance the production and utilization of quality data? Now, for us to be able to track our progress, we do need to have quality data. So part of how ADIA is supporting on this is the project we call Tackling Education and Skills Data Challenge. Now, that is driven to support countries, about 30 countries over the next 5 years, to strengthen capacity of policymakers and key education stakeholders to provide and utilize quality data for informed decision making. So cutting across policy development, policy planning, policy implementation, and then obviously measuring the impact and evaluation of the policies that we have. And that project aims to support this government to not just provide that data, but use it more efficiently to drive the change that we need. And then it cuts across all the entire spectrum of the education system. So from early grade learning to higher education. So including every component of education and skills system for the different countries. And then also going back to ways in which we can support. So how do we work together to accelerate impact through resources, right? Intentional efficient spending of country resources and even partner resources as well. So ensuring that we are supporting government to scale up cost-effective interventions across foundational learning and even up to other components of the education system. And overall, how do we increase, work together to increase coordination and integration of partner initiatives? So we all would agree that there are a lot of initiatives happening across the entire spectrum of education systems, but how do we come together and harmonize what we're doing to ensure that the government is not confused, right? So that we harmonize and have each initiative leveraging on the other and building a stronger foundation that the government can work with to ensure that changes are happening in its country. So yes, concluding thought around this is we would all agree, as much as the industry and partners have a role to play, we know that for key educational reforms, the government really is the duty bearer. So what we would want to see is have more leadership, more ownership, more commitment from the government system to ensure that the educational reforms we need to have the future that Africa needs are put in place. We also do need to have industry and other partners supporting countries to domesticate continental and regional education frameworks, right? So we have the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, which we should all work together to ensure that the objectives, the goals, the aspirations are supported and implemented across Africa. Then also we have to support the development of holistic and multifaceted approaches that would ensure that we are addressing barriers to accessing quality education, especially education for the most disadvantaged, right? So if we think about Africa, a lot of the most disadvantaged, apart from the children who are who have special needs or disabilities, are what we need to think about out of school kids, because we have a growing challenge around out of school children. How can we support to ensure that there are approaches that are adapted to ensure that we bring these children back into the system, or at least empower them to be part of the future that we have for Africa in a positive way? And then also, how do we ensure that, can we come together and provide flexible education models and alternative learning paths that will cater for these out-of-school children? So this requires a lot of innovation, requires a lot of, thinking together, because obviously as much as we are united as Africa, we do have our contextual differences, which we also need to take into account as we think about how we support the children for the future that we want. Then obviously, like I said, we need to collaboratively work to strengthen the capacity to produce and use quality education and skills data and evidence for informed decision-making across policy, across planning, across implementation, across monitoring and impact evaluation. And then definitely we can't lose sight of the relevance of education technology in education. We can't lose sight of artificial intelligence, which is what we're currently dealing with, what we currently have, and we do need to adapt, and we need to have our children adapt to these technological innovations. So can we work together to ensure that there are harmonized ways in which we are addressing the issues and preparing children for the world of technology, right? Through innovative learning models, can we work together with government to ensure that we are putting together support for EdTech and using that to bridge educational gaps as well? And then as a central point is we cannot do much of this also without improving teacher education and professional development, right? So we do need to work together to strengthen teacher education systems, strengthen, professional development for educators. So cutting across basic education to higher education systems. We do need adequate funding for teacher education. We do need adequate funding and support and conditions for teachers to ensure that the delivery of the pedagogies, the delivery of the learning, the skills that we want is effectively done to the children that we have for the future. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to share. Happy to take questions, or at least share more insights on this if there are questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Ms. Singh. And because of time, we will not be able to take questions, but you can leave your questions in the chat room and the chat box. We'll find a way of, getting it across and getting the necessary answers that you would need to hear. You did. Thank you so much, Ms. Inyang. Thank you so much for the insights shared. I'm very encouraged that Africa is very, there's a lot of hope for us because of organizations such as yours, TEP Center, and very many more that are represented here at the summit. So that's a very good one. So we're moving on. Oh, before we do, I want to thank those of you who are still with us. Thank you. Is everybody still here? I believe most of the people still here. My people in Pakistan, Canada, Ghana, send me thumbs up. Say hi, dear Durand. I'm here. Thank you. Thank you so much for staying with us. We have been deliberate in gathering the people we have here. We've packed solid content for those of you, particularly stakeholders. And I guess all of us are because it affects all of us. So we're moving on quickly as well, so we won't keep people too long. So right now at this juncture, we will hear from our sponsors, the O&O Foundation. Thank you.
Every child deserves a clean, safe place to live and learn. But in Nigeria, waste pollution threatens this basic right every day. Over 32 million tons of solid waste are generated across the country annually, with less than 20% properly managed. This waste pollution is wreaking havoc on our waterways, land, and air, contributing to rising greenhouse gas emissions. At the forefront of this chaos are our children, the future of our nation, who call these environments home. According to the Children's Climate Risk Index, out of 163 countries, Nigerian children face the second highest level of risk posed by climate change. But there is hope. Environmental education offers the missing link to empower students with the critical knowledge of sustainable practices, inspiring them to take back their communities, protect their future, and the planet. The Oando Foundation, in partnership with Sumitomo Chemical, has taken significant steps to address this gap through the Clean Our World project. Since 2020, Clean Our World project has transformed the educational landscape of Nigeria, impacting lives of students and their communities, empowering them to become champions of sustainable action. Starting with just 7 schools in 3 communities during its first phase, the Clean Our World COW project's reach has steadily expanded. By the third phase, the COW project had impacted 24 schools in 10 communities, reaching over 47,000 beneficiaries in Lagos State. In collaboration with Green Hub Africa Foundation and the Lagos State Universal Basic Education Board, Oando Foundation also developed an environmental education syllabus and lesson plan, which has been deployed across all 1,000 plus public primary schools in Lagos State in furtherance of this commitment to promoting environmental education and sustainable action for pupils in target schools and communities. Oando Foundation expanded the reach of the COW project to more communities in Lagos State and Plateau State, Nigeria. Since its inception, this project has impacted the lives, reaching over 95,000 beneficiaries. With the establishment of 94 environmental clubs, 939 stakeholders in environmental education, and upcycling initiatives, and the collection 15,066 kg of plastic waste from target communities. Each phase of the COW project has built upon the successes of the previous, with the goal of fostering a culture of environmental stewardship among Nigeria's next generation. We celebrate the conclusion of the 4th phase of the Clean Our World project. This phase has taken environmental education to new heights, reaching 70 public primary schools in 41 communities across Lagos and Plateau states. By focusing on standardized lesson delivery through wide-scale teacher capacity building, the deployment of environmental educational materials, and in-school climate action activities, Oando Foundation has laid the groundwork for a cleaner, greener future. With active government participation, this phase ensures uniform, consistent, and high-quality environmental education in schools across Lagos and Plateau states.
I feel happy about today, and I want to thank Oando Foundation, Sumitomo Chemical, and Green Up Africa to know how to take care of our environment.
We're delighted to be part of this laudable initiative aimed at promoting environmental sustainability beyond the four walls of the classroom.
The program well organized, and I want to appreciate the organizer, especially Lagos State Government, Oando Foundation, and Sumitomo, who happens to be their partner, for giving us this privilege to be a partaker of this program.
This program is a laudable program. I would like to appreciate the executive chairman for releasing all teachers that were involved in this program, the director, co-curricular units, to support this program. Back that the teachers and the LGA officials have given so far. We are pleased that they not only understand the concept of climate action, but that the practical examples given drives home the importance of this project. We're looking forward to other phases of the project, but more with SUBEP taking primary ownership, ensuring that this project is sustained in the extracurricular or co-curricular activities across the various schools.
This is just the beginning. Oando Foundation remains committed to design.
Oando Foundation is our sponsor. They're doing a good work, and we're proud to be a part of what they're doing. So we're moving on quickly now to our second presentation for the day, and it is titled Strengthening Foundational Learning Outcomes in Nigeria, PEP Center's Experience by Ms. Ezioma Akabike. Hi, Ezioma. Please turn on your camera. Can you hear me? Where are you? Is she muted? Ezioma? Is she online? Okay, we're waiting for you. Please let us know if there's any way we can help you. Okay. All right. We'll just give Ezioma a moment to come up and deliver her presentation. Thank you.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm so sorry I couldn't turn on. I think I joined with the wrong link. So I didn't have the audio and visual formats, but I've been here. Thank you so much. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, yes, you see me. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And before I go ahead, let me just say that I am honored to be here and to be a speaker or to be among one of the speakers for this. I think I have been part of the planning and the execution of this for maybe the past 5 editions, I think, 4 or 5 editions. So it's an honor to be talking about, you know, what we do at TEP Center. It's an honor to be here. So I'll just go straight ahead and share my screen. Let's put this in implementation, presentation mode. All right. Do you see my screen? All right, so talking about strengthening foundational learning outcomes in Nigeria, this is TEP Center's profile so far, and I would mostly be talking about the numbers and what we've done in the past few years to contribute immensely to the growth of the education system in Nigeria. First, I want to introduce this by talking about our assessment, which is the Learn Nigeria assessment. The Learn Nigeria means let's engage, assess, and report Nigeria. Most of us on this call must have heard of it. It was modeled after the annual status of education report that was pioneered in India. It's an early assessment of early foundational literacy and numeracy competencies. It has been used as a classroom assessment to gauge learning and also a household assessment. It has components of the household survey just to understand what's the how household variables contribute to how the child is learning and the level of learning that the child is being able to receive, whether at school or at home. It's a basic test tool. It's benchmarked at the primary 2 curriculum level of the Nigerian curriculum. It's apart from being in English and numeracy, it's also in 3 major local languages that we have in Nigeria, which is the Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. It collects data on the child, on the school, on household, and really community, what is happening or what is present within the community that contributes or not to the learning environment. And TEP Center, or the Learn Nigeria initiative, is also a part of the global citizen-led assessments, the CLA body, which is under the People's Action for Learning Network, the POW network, and we're present in currently in 15 countries. The CLA is being implemented in about 15 countries of the nation, of the global south. So what was the goal of Learn Nigeria? It's a citizen-led assessment model, and we want to strengthen citizen agency and policy advocacy in the education sector of Nigeria. What the assessment does is to use the data gotten from the assessment to improve education policy through advocacy with the government. We use the assessment to also equip key education sector stakeholders with information for improving learning outcomes in Nigeria. And most importantly, we want to provide data on foundational literacy and numeracy skills of children in Nigeria, because it's one thing to keep shouting at the problem. I believe some of the presenters have touched on this. It's one thing to keep shouting at the problem, but without proof, you wouldn't really know what to serve or which service to render. And so Learn Nigeria provides key foundational learning data in order for us to make data-driven decisions when it comes to either remediation or trying to improve the learning sector. And so what is a citizen-led assessment? Citizen-led assessment is basically where it's important. One of the importance of citizen-led assessment is to ensure that everyone participates. in the assessment. Everyone from the government, from the highest to what seems to be the lowest people who are involved in the sector are aware of what is happening, are engaged in the whole process. And so we've been able to form key relationships with stakeholders from the NBS, the National Bureau of Statistics, from the NPOPC, the National Population Council. We have members from the Universal Basic Education Commission, the State Universal Basic Education Board. We have teachers, professors, so we've all come together to design this assessment tool as a participatory action research. And so it's not something that was solely designed by TEP Center or the TEP Learn Nigeria initiative, but it's something that we have done as a collective, which has now made the results of these assessments more visible and much more valuable, especially in terms of advocacy or deciding what needs to be done in order to improve the quality of education in Nigeria. As I said, we're part of the citizen-led approach under the PAL network has been operational in 15 countries, and some of the African countries are Nigeria, of course, and then it's Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Botswana, Senegal, Mali, and Mozambique. So moving on to the Learn Nigeria data, you can see these are some of the outcomes from the learning that we gathered through the assessment. You see that at GSS 3, we only had, out of the number of people that we assessed, of which we were able to assess over 49,000 households on this when we administered the Learn Nigeria assessment. And again, the assessment is anchored or is benchmarked at primary 2 curriculum level. You may be seeing 56 and 55 percentage levels here, but what it tells you is that a GSS 3, a junior secondary school students in GSS 3, 55% of female students in GSS 3 rather can do assessment that is benchmarked at primary 2. So it begs the question, what happens to the remaining 45%? And also the same goes for primary 6, primary 3 level students. We had 20%, 28% students of all the children that we assessed being able to do simple, basic literacy and numeracy sums. Only 20% of those children are able to do it, or 20% of the males and 28% of females. So what happens to the rest? And the question we really wanted to answer at this point, at the point where we carried out the Learn Nigeria assessment, was, are our children really learning? Because I think that was when the focus was going from, we had the number of out-of-school children, and then the focus was shifting towards enrollment. And so we wanted to do something different and go in the way of, okay, so we're having more children being enrolled in school, right? We're having interventions, student loans, student scholarships to have more enrollments. But what TEP Center really wanted to know is, what are the children learning in school? So it's one thing for them to be present within the classrooms, but are they really getting these education? Are they really learning what they're supposed to learn in the class that they are? And so that's what the Learn Nigeria wanted to answer. And this is the data for numeracy. You can also see that from primary students in, I would use primary 6, only 29% of female students and 35% of male students could do simple math questions. And this is the basics of the basics based on our curriculum. This is simple addition without carryover. This is counting. This is number recognition. This is simple addition, simple subtraction, simple identification of 1-digit, 2-digit numbers. And you find that students in primary 6, only 21% of females, 35% of the males could finish through these questions, these primary 2 level questions. And so looking at that, where the Learn Nigeria assessment tools are, these are the organizations that have been, or where Learn Nigeria assessment tools has reached or has been used. So we have the SSDO has used the Learn Nigeria tools, Street Child has also used the Learn Nigeria tools, an arm of UNICEF has used the tools, FCDO, a number of FCDO funded programs has used the tools, and of course we have state governments and NGOs that have used the Learn Nigeria tool. That is how I think this is mostly because of the nature of the assessment, being citizen-led and being part of a participatory action where we had everyone involved. So it wasn't a question of just a private organization or a particular sector sitting together to design an assessment, but this is where everybody collaboratively sat down to design these tools, which has made this much, much more valuable, the tool itself, and then the data that the tool provides. And so having these assessments, asking the question, having the data from this assessment, asking the question, what can we do to support or to help children that are not learning or that haven't been able to catch up in terms of their learning or are not able to pass that benchmark? What do we do? And so we designed an action program called the Learn Nigeria Remedial Program. It helps, what it does is to help children to catch up with their peers. And it uses data generated from the assessment to reach children at their specific level of competence. So regardless of class, regardless of age, regardless of size, and obviously demographic, the Learn Nigeria Remedial Program is for everyone, every child, to support them in their education, support them in their competency level, and help them not to remove them from their present classes, but to help them meet the level of their other peers who are a bit higher up in terms of competency. And so yes, these are just some points of the Learn Nigeria Remedial Program. So it enables them to acquire foundational literacy and numeracy. It's effective and low cost strategy. It focuses on the basic reading and arithmetic skills. It's very essential to set the building blocks required for overall learning outcomes. And I think this is the most important part, because part of the things that have been discussed here today, especially in terms of skill development and workforce, if we're building children that don't have the appropriate foundational level of foundational skills, then I'm afraid those the building blocks that we build on top will not be able to stand. So if we don't get the foundations right, whatever we build on top would never stand. And I think it was Professor Adefisaya that mentioned in her speech earlier that working with young people, some of them who we have, or the system has failed essentially. It's not that there's no point getting maybe upset with them when something goes wrong or when they don't understand something. It's a foundational problem. And this is where the Learn Nigeria Media Program comes in. So it sets that deep or strong rooted foundation where we can now build on levels in terms of competency, level of education, capacity for the children, and even adding to socio-emotional learning skills. So if children are not set at the foundational level, it will be very difficult to keep on building on what they already have. And the fourth point, methodology requires that teaching starts at the level of the child, which again speaks to some of the points that have been raised. So this methodology has been rigorously tested and proving effective in many countries. This methodology was adopted from the teaching at the right level, which it has been called so many names, but basically what the essence of it is to teach the child from the level or from the knowledge or the competence that they are and start building from there. And some of the elements are, of course, the assessment, grouping based on the level, based on their learning level, And then you have activities for each group. The sets of activities and materials that are appropriate for each learning. And then we also give continuous assessments and checkpoints just to track children's learning progress and interventions. Again, Professor Davis, I mentioned earlier that a good way for children to work together is in groups. So a good way for children to learn rather is in groups, and with facilitators or instructors closely monitoring that groups, giving them activities that they can do together, which also helps in socio-emotional learning. So that's one of the key elements of the Learn Nigeria remedial program as well. And so we've implemented this program in Kano State and Akwa Ibom State. These are just some of the data that we received. So you'd see the difference between baseline and end line is really awesome. And this was just after, I remember, I think about 3 weeks of intervention. So the children in Kano State, Kano literacy, they dropped from 71% to 34%. What this means is that at the beginning level, at baseline, the children being a beginner means you cannot identify letters. You can't identify letters in the English alphabet A to Z. You're a beginner, and so you can see that after careful intervention, of coaching those children in 3 weeks, they were at least able to meet up at some level. And so at baseline we had 71%, and then at end line, that number dropped to 34%. And you also notice that at baseline, none of the children that we intervened for could read a simple story. Absolutely none of them. There's no data for even paragraph. There's no data for paragraph and at story level. But at end line, we had 16% and 77% of the children being able to read a short paragraph and then move on to reading a short story and answering comprehension questions from that story. This was in Kano State. Same goes with the data from Akwa Ibom. You'd see that at baseline, we had students at beginner level 36%, and at end line, that number dropped to 9%. But let me use the letter and the word level here. Let me touch more on them. You'd see that at baseline, we had 28% of children being able to identify letters or syllables. This is putting two letters together, like ba, ma, ka, and we had 28% at baseline, and then at end line we had 39%. And then if you look at the story level here, the data for story level here, at baseline we had 17% of the children in Akwa Ibom, and then at end line that percentage grew to 26%. Same goes for, I've talked on the literacy, the same goes for the data on numeracy. You'd see this is for number recognition. So we had 23% who could only identify numbers 100 to 99. That's 3-digit numbers between 100 and 999. And then at end line, we had 41%. In terms of recognizing 2-digit number, we started off at 28%, and then at end line we reached 36%. The same thing for Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom, you can see the numbers you can see the huge difference in terms of three-digit recognition. So we started off with only 54% of the children that we assessed being able to identify 3-digit numbers, and then by the end line we had 86%, and by end line we no longer had any children who were at the beginner level. So it's safe to say that they had been the remediation program worked, and they were able to be at a much better level in terms of competency when it comes to number recognition. And these are just the data for basic operations. So when I say basic operations, it's the simple addition subtraction, multiplication, and division. And when I say simple, I mean these are questions or sums that don't have any carryover in them. And so at baseline, we had the share of children who were able to complete two-digit by two-digit addition. The increase from 16% to 46%, subtraction from 11 to 35%, multiplication from 3% to 22%, and division from 2% to 15%. I particularly like the jump in multiplication because I remember, again, I'm not sure the speaker who talked about it, but being able to teach children creatively is also one thing. It's a key element of the LRP program, and it's one thing that really helps them understand, because when you're teaching multiplication, it's really just multiple addition. You know, there's a lot of ways to teach that. You can use the ladder method, you can use the hand method, you can use the sticks method. So it's, I think that's actually one of my favorite well, let's say courses or subjects to teach and to watch children practice, you know. And then when you're pairing them in groups, you just say, okay, there's 9 of you. And then you see them start to separate themselves or separate their hands. And it's just interesting to watch. So that's why that number actually, well, I think this is just my own opinion, that it grew from 3% up to 22%. This was in Kano State. And you see the same this is in Akwa Ibom basic operation. So they went from none of the children being able to do multiplication, and then at the end of the program, again, I say that this program was about 3 weeks long. And so the number for multiplication increased from 0% to 49% of the children being able to multiply. And then really quickly, TEP Center has also done some work in teacher-focused interventions. There's the assessment, informed instruction, and the error analysis and numeracy program. What AII does is really to explore the science of teaching and learning in sub-Saharan Africa. What we wanted to do here was to get insights of some of the knowledge products that are contextually accurate and globally relevant when it comes to teacher professional development. And the program was also designed to enhance their capacity in formative assessment, supporting them to create behavioral change in their pattern of teaching and peer learning. Essentially, what this means is what we wanted to do is to try to change or help teachers to kind of change their behavior towards using formative assessment. So moving from just giving classwork, homeworks, and that be the end of it, to using continuous assessment to continue to monitor what level that their children are learning, how they're learning, the kind of strategies they're using. Is it the right one? Should they change? So, you know, just continuous learning and understanding of the competency of the children in their class. And then the error analysis in numeracy, which is a Dara Innovation Fund project, it emphasizes the AII at classroom level, but in this case was also anchored on the principles of the science of teaching. It helps to support teachers translating their assessment insights into effective instructional practices. So what are you learning from these formative assessments? How is it being applied in the classroom? And this project was implemented simultaneously across different countries in Africa. So we had Kenya with our partners at Zizi Afrique Foundation, South Africa, our partners at Funawande. We had our research partners in Cameroon as the eBase Africa, and of course, Nigeria here at TEP Center. So the things we wanted to do was to understand and categorize learning errors in numeracy specifically. We use learner logs to kind of track individual learner needs. And then just to help teachers to form like a community of practice and to collaborate in terms of professional development. What are you learning? What strategies can you learn from each other? And we didn't leave them empty-handed. We developed some of the resources that I believe we can share. I know my director is on the call, so I believe that we can share some of these resources that we have designed for this. There's a survey tool that has now been used across multiple professional development programs to assess the level of how teachers use assessment and error analysis in their teaching practice. We also have a couple of knowledge products on the use of the AII methodology in sub-Saharan Africa. And we have these mobile-friendly resources, like what is the picture displaying on the screen, just basically so we don't come in go in and go out. We're leaving these teachers with something for them to keep going to, something that is at least a little bit exciting. And this is what some of the mobile resources look like. These are just snapshots of what they look like as well, you know, how to teach, different strategies and the different steps. Just some sort of reminder that is not it's text, but it's not text. It's also interesting, you know, to look at. It's also fun. It's creative. And so we designed this for them. This is also more of the mobile resources that we designed for, and we've shared amongst the teachers in our network so far. And so TEP and technology. We started with the Zomo Koyatari program, which means Zomo Koyatari is Hausa for Come Let's Learn. And it was a low-tech remedial learning solution for foundational literacy and numeracy that was designed during the COVID, which is essentially why it's low-tech, where children could not go to school or be in the physical classroom. And so we thought to ourselves, what can we do to contribute to improving learning even while they're at home? And so we designed targeted instructions that were delivered through SMS. And these are activities that could be accessed through basic feature phones. The caregivers or parents receiving these text messages, they didn't need to be using a high-tech Android phone. They didn't need to be connected to the internet, which is why it's low-tech. And so we just created a curriculum and sent the messages via SMS in terms of learning instructions, teaching instructions via text messages to the caregiver. And you'd see the picture displaying by the side is the workbook. So we sent workbooks that could be used hand in hand with these SMS, just so that they can also have a visual sense of what they're dealing with in terms of the teaching instructions that they were receiving via SMS, and also so the children could have where they could practice. You'd see that this is a snapshot of what's how one of the children used the workbook with the SMS that was sent to them. So yes, Koya is a target learning via SMS. It's the curriculum was adopted from our remedial program. Apart from improving the learning of children, we also wanted to improve the capacity of caregivers who the children who the children are with at home. So I mean, even if when they resume school, so when they come back from school, the parents or the caregivers now understand what they're learning in school and are better able to support them at home. Our target was to reach 4,500 children, 1,500 parents and caregivers in 1,500 households. It was SMS. The vehicle we used to send this, to implement this program was SMS. It was meant to serve as sort of like a mini guide or teacher to the child, while the caregiver acts as the facilitator. And this is some of this is the data. So out of looking at this data, this is just the snapshot. So we were able to serve over 3,000 pupils, and across each level, we had 33.5%. We saw 33.5% of improvement. And again, this is just from sending instructional text via SMSs to people who are not teachers. And this was in communities in Kano State that's a bit rural, and so these are people receiving this text are not teachers, and they probably haven't received this kinds of thing before, but still with that help, that's how simple it is, that's how instructive it was for us to get this types of this level of improvement across board. And so the outcome for Koya, at least 20% learning gains in literacy and numeracy. We conducted a survey, the post-survey after the program on the caregivers. There was increased capacity of over 1,000 parents in Northern Nigeria who are now able to better support their children's learning, both in math, basic math, and in English. Again, this is another snapshot of what the workbook looks like that was sent to them to help in their learning. And then lastly, the Learn Nigeria digital app. So we're slowly we're transition in the age of AI and tech, we're moving from paper and pen to Learn Nigeria digital app. And I'll just quickly go through what it looks like. So there's no more so the paper and pens, and we're now onto a more digital. We now have an app for the Learn Nigeria assessment. This is what it looks like. This is the assessment on English for letter identification, word identification. These are what the short paragraphs look like. And then this is for math. So you can see this, the circles on the first column, that's for counting, assessing counting, and then we have 1 digit, 2 digits, and yes, that's thank you so much.
Oh
I'm so
my
sorry.
God.
My apologies.
No need to apologize. I can feel the passion. I see me nodding. I just can't take notes. Thank you. And you know, that's usually what happens when you're it's like your baby. So, you know, if they ask you, how is the baby's eye? You say the ear, nose, and throat. We did not ask you for that, but you know, what in this case we did, and you've done so very well. Thank you for the data. Thank you
Thank you
for
so
being a
much.
part of this great work. We appreciate you so much. We
Thank you.
appreciate you so much. Thank you, darling. So at this juncture, we will move on to the second panel session. Yes, the second panel session, and it is titled Breaking Barriers, Creating Education Systems that are Accessible to All Learners. To moderate this session is I hope I got that right. Senior Associate Human Capital Africa. So thank you, sir. You're welcome. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Are you unmuted? I can't see you yet.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you for having me here.
You're most welcome.
So would you be introducing the other panelists?
No, I thought you would do the honors, sir, to introduce the panelists, if you don't mind.
Of course, I have with me Olanrewaju Onyeitan. She's the founder of Seed Care and Support Foundation. If you're here with us, Olanrewaju, can you just say hello to everyone?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're joining from.
Thank you. Welcome, Olanrewaju. We have Nicholas Oma, who's the Senior Youth Advisor for the African Union Commission. Quick hello from Nicholas.
Hello, all. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Not sure I can see Nicholas yet, though.
Nicholas is here.
Okay. Of course. Izuna Anegu, a program officer from the Owando Foundation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Welcome, Izuna. We have Tony Zizinyo Kwesi from Ghana. He's the Executive Director of Saber Education. Tony, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Good day, everyone.
Welcome, Tony. It's good to see you again. And Esther Achieng, actually, the Executive Director for the Kenya Female Advisory Organization. Welcome, Esther. Are you here?
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Looking forward to engaging with you. Thank you.
So this session is adequately titled Breaking Barriers and Crafting an Education System that Works for Every Learner, Everywhere. So every student in every kind of location. We look to explore a couple of themes. We want to address some of the, and understand, of course, some of the systemic barriers to education in Nigeria, Africa as well. We want to discuss how to build an inclusive education system. We want to discuss how to leverage technology and innovation to overcome these access barriers. We would also want to discuss a bit about the policy and funding of, equitable education. And then, of course, community-centered and student-focused approaches, because in the end, that's where, the bunch of the work happens, in the house, in the school. And of course, we need to then empower these educators and the schools to effectively implement all these things that we're discussing. We have one more panelist, but he's going to present just, he sent us a video. And at some point during this conversation, we will play that video from Mr. Dominic Bond. He's from the Social Impact Initio Partners. He works on the Social Impact Department of Initio Partners. So to open or begin the conversation, I was going to quickly run us through how poverty, gender inequality, disability, and then the geographic disparities contribute to exclusion, in Africa. Poverty in itself is it's obvious. When a family is poor, it's very difficult for them to prioritize education, even in cases where there's free education. Some costs are hidden. You have uniforms, sometimes books, transport, feeding. And in some cases, these families do not also then think that it's a priority to send the child to school when the child can join them to work at home. In Malawi, for example, in the farming season, many families don't send the children to school because they think they are more useful to the family in the farm at that particular point. And a poor family, of course, is also going to have to deal with malnutrition, health issues. Gender equality or gender inequality, on the other hand, keeps girls out of the classroom. According to a report from UNICEF in 2022, approximately 32% of the young women in Eastern and Southern Africa get married before the age of 18. So there's that conversation. And in parts of West Africa, less than 50% of girls complete primary school due to societal norms, could be religion, culture, whichever. And of course, there's disability. Less than 10% of children with disabilities receive any form of education. And this is from the World Bank report in 2017. And of course, those who even try to get some education are not necessarily considered in our education system. There's a lack of inclusive schools, there's stigma and discrimination, and then there's limited teacher training. Not many teachers know exactly what to do with a child that has a disability concern. Of course, geographic disparities is something we also want to discuss. The rural and the urban divide. We know how children in the rural areas have a totally different life from those of them in the urban areas. From distances to school, sometimes having to walk across a river, this and that, to having few amounts of teachers who want to even work in the rural areas, and then limited infrastructure and resources. Sometimes in Nigeria, for example, or in Africa generally, we see some of these interventions where they say, oh, there's this smart school. I saw a state in Nigeria, I'm not going to mention, and the Commissioner of Education said, we're doing this intelligent school rollout, and they went to one fancy school that had white children and some black children and what you would call ajebotas. And I was like, oh yeah, right. I mean, the rural areas don't necessarily get involved in such conversations. And these are the conversations we want to have today. How do we bridge the gap? Because Inyang earlier mentioned that we're beginning to solve the problem of access. More children are going into school. MDGs, we wanted to address the out-of-school problem. That's not to say we fix the out-of-school problem, but we significantly improve the numbers. But those who have now come into school are not learning, and those within school are most times not necessarily different from the students that, are outside of school. So Acheng, Esther, I'll be starting with you, if you do not mind.
All right.
So my first question, Esther, is keeping in mind all of this I've said on my very pastoral or boring monologue, what does an inclusive education system look like in the African context? Some context. How can we ensure that no learner, is left behind, Esther? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I look at the context of probably Kenya, then also reflect on other spaces, which reflect what Kenya has, particularly inclusion. And when we look at what inclusion means in education, we are supposed to look at the diversities in terms of even the curriculums it's been spoken about. And sometimes even in those curriculums, there's no inclusion. So when people don't see themselves in those particular, in the curriculum, they are not able to participate as effectively. Or when it's discriminative in terms of inclusion, it ensures that we reinforce certain discriminative practices at different levels. And then when we're looking at also as not just looking at it as beyond access, because access you will get, but when we look at the issues of inclusion, we are looking at equal opportunities for all persons at different levels. But the policy frameworks, which says that education is the equalizer, is not implemented because of sometimes the political issues which then surround how education is also financed. So it depends on where you come from. Other places, if you're in power, ensures that you have more inclusive education, you get better roads, you get better access, you get better financing for the education system, but for others, you do not. So it has earlier been alluded to also at that particular level. And if we want to look at removing the barriers, are we looking at the students themselves participating in a process of saying that this is what we think is inclusive? Because we're looking at the rights of the child, for example, in that particular education system. And we found that when we're looking at a sense of belonging, that child, that child feels a sense of belonging when they go to school. Is the environment welcoming? Is the environment in that particular space looking at the well-being of the child? Does the school system have a listening space? Despite all the laws which we have in our countries, we still find that the listening for children, particularly in public schools, is very limited. The feedback in those particular spaces is not inclusive for the experiences of children while they're still in the classroom. And when we look at even for those children with disability, it is even worse. Because when we're looking at the different types of disabilities, we need to think about, inclusive learning only looks at access to be access for those with physical disability. It doesn't look at access for children with different types of disability. For example, if you have a child with intellectual disability, Kenya, for example, says there's special needs class. But when you talk about special needs class, then you are still segregating the child even within those particular spaces. So when we look at all this, we're saying when we encourage participation, when we encourage removing of biases, it goes at the implementation of the frameworks, which then at the different levels in our countries across Africa, we see that this is supposed to be done. Recently in the AU, we are seeing that we are looking at even ending gender-based violence within the institutions. The biases of even reporting about inclusion means that we should be living in spaces free of violence, but children should also be having spaces free of violence within the schools. But we still find that the inclusion process means that certain children, particularly in certain spaces, both boys and girls, young women and men, within the different spaces where they are still unsafe in schools. So once we look at inclusion in terms of numbers, that we want to ensure that people enroll, some of these children will never transit or complete the education system because they are targets of gender-based violence within the spaces where they are, from a system which then protects the teachers who then are perpetrators usually. So when we're looking at inclusion, are we looking at inclusion to look at spaces which is free from violence? Are we looking at inclusion to include the space where, when we look at formative learning, we are also looking at how other people can ensure that you transit and get access to information and education at different levels. So this environment ensures that as the well-being, when we look at the issues of well-being, we should have adequate spaces for children to learn. We should also have adequate spaces for students to be able to exploit their natural talent. In Kenya, for example, we are looking at inclusion, looking at the issues of recognition of prior learning for students who left or dropped out of school. Whilst we look at this, we are not looking at how then the effect of investment in that can ensure that people from rural communities who are often left out participate in learning. We also look at this at people from religious backgrounds who then ensure that certain children don't go to school is also included. So when we look at inclusion, let's look from it at an intersectional level. Let's look at it from an intergenerational level. And in that intersectional level, let's look at it where we look at inclusive education to look at ensuring that disability inclusion is there. We look at the different diversities of the people who then are getting into the learning system. But then we also have to look at that whilst we speak about inclusive education, we look at the cultures of the people and ensure that curriculums respond to the different cultures of the African context and not bring things which then ensure that there's exclusionary practices in our spaces. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Esther. Thank you so much. There's so much to take from that. And I think that one way I could have shaped all of that into one ball is that you have implied that we need to build our education systems from a place of love, as odd as that sounds, because when you're intentional and there's emotional intelligence and there's a long-term strategic approach, that is evidence-based, of course, it has no choice but to be cross-sectional. It is not then seen as I'm doing education because we need to do education. You see it more like a development issue, more like an investment into your country. And when you do that, you don't then leave room for things like gender-based violence and ignoring the disabled community who make up, the data is sketchy, but 6 to 15% of our population, and staying on that topic of these significant barriers that are preventing access to quality education on the continent. Nicholas, I would like to ask you, what are these significant barriers? And can you share examples of initiatives that have effectively addressed these systemic barriers? Because I don't want us to just, discuss the concerns, but maybe to add a glimmer of hope, you tell us, places where little pilots or large-scale programs have, addressed these systemic barriers. Over to you, Nicholas.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you for the invitation to this engagement. Confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Thank you. In fact, in your introduction, you did mention some of these significant barriers that prevent access to quality education. You've mentioned issues of poverty. Allow me to repeat. This is one major barrier. And many families, as you said earlier, cannot afford, even in instances where governments across the continent have what we call the free education. Sometimes because of this poverty, we have children dropping out and others never enroll. And in some cases, they are even forced to work instead of attending school. You've also mentioned the issues of gender inequality. I don't want to dwell so much on this because you very much conversed on this. I want also to mention, though you also alluded to this, the issue of teacher shortages and also teacher training. In the earlier session, we heard of the importance of teacher initial training and also teacher continuous training and development. This also has a role to play when we talk of quality education, particularly in Africa. We are aware, for instance, of the challenges teachers face, and there is need for addressing issues related to teacher motivation, teaching and living conditions. We also have the issues of attrition in teaching among teachers. So these are critical issues that also affect quality education in the continent. The issue of infrastructure deficits, lack of basic facilities, classrooms, desks, and even sanitation facilities, particularly in rural areas. This also has a gender dimension, which has been alluded to earlier. Now, I want to mention two issues which did not come out earlier in your introduction, and one is conflict and instability. Africa has not conclusively addressed this issue, and there are instances of political instability in various parts of the continent that disrupt education systems, displace millions of children, and even destroying schools. We are aware of countries where education has been grossly disrupted because of these issues. We are still recovering from health issues, particularly COVID. So when we talk about access to quality education, we must also not forget the nascent health issues. There are regions where diseases like malaria, malnutrition affect children's ability to attend and perform well in school. At the continental level, we are supporting advocacy towards addressing some of these issues. For instance, we just recently commemorated the Africa Day of School Feeding to address issues related to school feeding in schools, malnutrition that affect children's ability to attend and perform well. At the continental level, initiatives that address these barriers have been at both policy and programmatic fronts. At the policy level, our colleague earlier mentioned the continental strategies. The Continental Education Strategy for Africa says at 2635. I don't want to get back to it because she very ably canvassed this. We also have the Continental Technical and Vocational Education Strategy for Africa. And members are expected to domesticate these strategies and align them with their national strategies of education and skills development. So beyond this, at the continental level, I want to mention 4 areas that we are working on and supporting. And the first one is the Continental Teacher Award, where we award outstanding educators and teachers in the continent to promote teachers. Then the second area where we are actively involved is the innovations in education, where we have innovating education in Africa. We seek to identify, promote, and support the systemic adoption and replication of education innovations in all aspects of education in the continent. And in this, we identify and promote some outstanding education innovations across the continent. So far, since launch of this in 2018, we have identified over 600 innovations and awarded over 50 of them. Then we have the Skills Initiative for Africa, supported by the government of Germany and the European Union, to promote employment-oriented skills development in the continent. This is a program that is currently being piloted in 8 African countries, including Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa, Togo, Cameroon, Ghana, Tunisia, and Nigeria. And we also have the African Continental Qualification Framework to enhance transparency of qualifications and mutual trust, facilitate recognition of qualifications, and support the mobility of learners, workers, and services. These are just a few of the continental initiatives that are being undertaken to promote education in the continent. I am aware that member states are also undertaking so many of these programs that I may not necessarily mention now. But all in all, it is important that we advocate for strengthening and also implementation of the adoption and of course also domestication of the continental strategies that I mentioned earlier, so that jointly we can enhance education and skills development in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for being so apt and also keeping it short, because we are running a bit late on time. But I had a lot of I took a lot from your presentation, and of course, and I love the fact that you added conflict and instability to some of the concerns that are affecting the continent. And we can almost point, I don't have the data in my head, but we can point at almost some kind of instability in at least half of the countries on the continent, which of course directly or indirectly affects education and of course, the health concerns. And I'm grateful that you've shared some of these brilliant interventions that you're working on at that level. One thing that stands out is the fact that until governments take complete ownership of these concerns, of this problem, then organizations like us, even the continental body, like the African Union, would be making siloed efforts, because the African Union in itself is it heavily depends on the governments taking action. And keeping the conversation on governments, Izuna, how can governments and stakeholders then prioritize increased and intelligent funding to ensure increased access to education for all, especially for the marginalized group? I mean, it's one thing to increase the spending, but it's also important to do it smartly and evidence-based. Over to you, Izuna.
Okay, thank you very much. Please confirm if you can hear me clearly.
Yes,
hello.
I can.
Please confirm if you can hear me. Okay, okay, great. So I just want to take it off from where Dr. Nicola, what he just said. When you talk about education access, the problem, I would like to look at it from the approach that the issue with education is multi-dimensional. So what I mean by that is that what the problems that we are facing in the education sector, we don't need to approach it from one particular direction. So what I mean there is the education sector feeds every other sector in the country, in the economy, in government. It feeds the agriculture, health, and all that. But the question now is what role is or are the other sectors playing to support the education sector? So, and that is where we talk about innovative funding mechanisms and planning. So I would like to look at one very important point there, which is cross-sector and cross-sector or inter-agency or inter-ministerial collaboration. So like one of the projects that we are running at the Owando Foundation, we realized based on feedback with the beneficiaries at the community level that one of the issues that is impacting the success of that intervention is poverty. And the education sector is focused on education. So that begs the question, how is the other departments or agencies not to be in school? So we look at how our budgeting and planning, the way we design interventions. For instance, economic empowerment interventions, how do we design it? We should be innovative in the way that we design this such that they help the people that need it the most, And in instances like that, we can even use economic empowerment initiatives, for instance, to negotiate parental consent to be able to allow their children to be in school. When we plan infrastructure, there are a lot of hard-to-reach areas in different countries, including Nigeria. So when we decide to implement infrastructural projects in the country, it shouldn't just be urban focused. How has infrastructural projects affected communities in the far-reaching areas, such that they are giving the basic amenities, roads, bridges, or whatever they need to be able to allow the children to access schools? So a lot of things, our healthcare, how we plan our healthcare initiatives also affect. So, and then it also boils down to how we report some of these things. The design of healthcare interventions should actually also meet the needs of people in hard-to-reach areas, such that the children, for instance, in areas where they have high issues of warm related issues, we should design the health should design their interventions or projects so that they meet these needs, and these children are healthy enough to be able to be in school and remain in school. And that also essentially look at how we capture this data, the spending, the effort that has been made to be able to allow the children to have access. So, and then I'll also look at the private sector. So we can all agree that the public sector or the government alone cannot, they are not able to on their own take on the funding need of the education sector. So, and we also know that the private sector, a lot of investments have gone into education from the private sector. But aside the goodwill and aside the social license to operate that the private sector gained from carrying out all these interventions, how do we ensure that there is more appetite, there is more encouragement for the private sector to invest in education? And that is where we talk about incentivizing the process. How about giving tax credits to the private sector? So in Nigeria, for instance, in the year 2022, the top 20 tax-paying organizations in Nigeria contributed over 500 billion naira in taxes to the government. So this is a lot of, while we know that the government use the revenue to take care of issues around different sectors of the economy, but it is important that we incentivize these projects such that it encourages the private sector beyond the goodwill to put more investment into this education sector. And then I also want to talk about, I studied a particular intervention that happened in India, the Educate Girls Development Impact Bond. So this is speaking to impact investment, outcome-based investment. So this, the target for this particular intervention was about enrolling and improving quality education for 15,000 girls. So, and how does this work? The government creates a framework that allows investors to fund education projects. So the government sets the priorities using data and evidence, and then invites investors to bring in resources to be able to carry out these interventions, and then returns are given based on outcomes. So studying this particular model, just within a year or 2 years of implementing that, the target was exceeded by over 100%. So why don't we also employ Why don't we also employ such methodology? There are people that are willing to come in and support. So, but there need to be something to gain back. So we are training people to feed the workforce that will work in our organizations, but there should be some also form of return. So we should
Thank
be
you so much.
innovative in the way that we design and roll out interventions.
Thank you so much, Izuna. Very strong point phrase there. I wish I could go over all of them, but I mean, I've been told that we don't have much time. I would just maybe add that the biggest incentive that the private sector can get from supporting foundational learning is that the innovation that will build the private sector comes from quality foundational skills for the children in the country that they are in. You know, I mean, tax breaks and all of those things are very important, but if you are having a shortage of talent, it's because we're having shortage of good foundational learning outcomes. So it's a win-win situation for the government, for the private sector, for everybody within the ecosystem. Over to Tony and Tony Kwesi. I mean, you and I were in the same room when the president of Ghana called the African Union to move for a decade of education and not just 1 year of education. But a decade of education without proper curriculum designs or culturally responsive teaching is just a formative decade, isn't it? So what role, Tony, do you think curriculum design and culturally responsive teaching plays in fostering accessible and inclusive education? Over to you. Let's keep it at 2 minutes, 3 minutes if possible. I'm very sorry, but we have a short time on this session.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Santos. Yes, you are right. The curriculum, more or less, is the blueprint for the teacher, for the head teacher, and for the teacher. So inclusive education starts with an inclusive and culturally responsive curriculum. No. A curriculum that accommodates diverse learning needs, including children with disabilities, learning differences, and those from marginalized communities and cultures, is very key. A culturally responsive play-based curriculum enhances accessibility by integrating local languages, traditions, and familiar experiences, ensuring children feel represented, engaged, and motivated to learn. Play-based learning naturally fosters inclusion, as it provides opportunities for children to learn at their own pace, develop social skills, and express themselves in different ways beyond traditional rote learning, which is based on repetition and memorization. Gender inclusion in early education is essential, and therefore this must be incorporated in the curriculum. Classrooms should promote equal participation and gender stereotypes, and challenge gender stereotypes, ensuring that boys and girls feel empowered to learn, explore, and lead in any area of interest to them. The teacher should not be telling the girls, do this, they should choose area of interest. Teachers are at the heart of inclusive education. This means ensuring they receive adequate training, resources, and support. And this is crucial for delivering high-quality, play-based learning experiences for all children. Lastly, since you gave me 2 minutes, accessibility also means supporting teachers, particularly those working in rural and under-resourced communities, by providing them with ongoing training, mentorship, professional development, fair wages, mental health support, and inclusive teaching materials. So I'll pause here for now.
Well, thank you for keeping to time, but still being very apt and logical with your responses. You made some really strong comments there. I love the fact that you mentioned play-based learning, especially at the early childhood level. All of these intelligent things that you've mentioned, Tony, will do nothing if the community isn't heavily engaged You see, if the families, the nuclear family, the teachers, the religious groups aren't involved. So Olanrewaju, I'm looking at you. How can community engagement improve access to education, particularly in rural and underserved areas? Over to you, Larry, if you can hear me.
Sorry, I lost you for a moment. Can you repeat your question?
Oh, yes. I was saying that seeing all of these beautiful ideas that our panelists put on the table, without community and engagement, there's not much that we can achieve, you see. So how can community engagement improve access to education, particularly in rural and underserved areas, so to speak?
All right. Please, can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone again. Morning, evening, wherever you're joining from. My name is Olanrewaju, and I'm from Seed Care and Support Foundation. And we work with the affordable non-state education sector, which is low-fee private schools, community schools, alternative learning centers that serve children from low-income communities, typically where you would not find a lot of public schools. And so the perspective I'm going to be answering your question is from that angle. And I'm going to be doing this very quickly in 2 minutes, 3 minutes with stories. And so that would help us really understand how this drives home in terms of children in low resource and underserved areas. So if we take one of our schools in Badagry in Abovikwe community, for instance, this particular school serves over 300 children in this community, of the local leader, the Bale, who is the local leader in that community. Abovikwe community, just until a few years ago, was only accessed through a lake. You needed to walk through water to get into that lake. The nearest public school is 1 hour's walk, not drive, 1 hour's walk from that community. And so when you say community involvement, you need to be able to understand that even within a bursting city like Lagos, we still have communities that do not have access to public education. We have communities that community schools, low-fee private schools do not exist. Children would not have access to education at all. And so it is critical that even as we look at out-of-school children numbers, we need to ensure that these schools are also providing quality education so that those that they are serving within these communities are getting access, not just access, but also quality education. And the community has a critical part to play. These particular schools are the only schools sometimes that the children have. We can't continue to ignore them. We can't continue to say that they are mushroom schools, giving them derogatory names, because the public education system do not reach them. And so sometimes community leaders, we have another school in Amukoko. So if they say Badagry is too far, Amukoko is close, is in the urban center of Lagos. And within the urban center of Lagos, Amukoko, which is in the same local government with Ajegunle, has over 500,000 people. Community, they are overcrowded at the moment. And so these other schools, community schools, low-fee private schools, serve as the other alternative for the poor, where they cannot go to the expensive private schools to be able to ensure that they get access to quality education. And so when you have interactions with the CDC or the council or the community development association, they would tell you that in curbing the out-of-school children numbers, you know, they always ensure that they move all the out-of-school children to these low-fee private schools and community schools that are closer to the parents, where they are able to, request for, they know that the class these are more accessible on their location, and because public settlement is not accessible to them, so it's not a public system alone. We believe that the government is the custodian of education, but we say that government should not only be the sole provider of education, the private sector can support. And private sector doesn't have to be, can provide complementary education services to serve the poor children in communities where there are no public systems existing, or where the public systems are currently overcrowded and strained, because as we know, cities like Lagos, Nairobi, Kampala, all of those places are always getting migration from other parts of the country. And these schools will serve as the recipient of these children who are unable to access public systems. And so that is why communities need to come together. Government needs to work hand in hand and partner with these kind of schools to continue to provide access to education for the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Olariwaju. I mean, I enjoyed hearing you speak so much that I wouldn't have minded you taking our time. Well, you made some very salient points, especially about non-state, actors getting very involved, because inadvertently, the community, the parents, the teachers, these folks are still going to be the key drivers of any education implementation that comes into those communities, and then giving them access wherever they are to achieve these things is very important. I'm typing something in the chat. Sobral, we can read about the Sobral municipality in Brazil, about how they work together as a community and improve learning outcomes. And there are some countries, Uganda and Malawi, specifically Nigeria, who are now trying to replicate that approach with support from Human Capital Africa. I think that we should look into that. The community engagement is this priority, especially because we want to mainstream education and give access to everyone: disabled, abled, strong, smart, rich, poor, far, close, rural, urban. And speaking about that, Easter, how can we then better integrate special education and mainstream education, to support learners with disabilities explicitly? Easter, over to you.
Thank you very much. One of the things which we have done is looking at how we look at an analytical framework which looks at gender equality and social inclusion, and ensuring that when we look at the social inclusion indicators in the education system, that these indicators are then included in plans. So the question we always ask the education sector, for example, is that do we even have what we call disability inclusion action plans? And if you have disability inclusion action plans, how are these disability inclusion action plans being funded? And when you're talking about funding disability, what type of disability are you funding? So when we're looking at the disability, there are different types of disability. But unfortunately, I'll talk about a country, half the time when you're looking at disability inclusion, it will be a badly put ramp. That is it. So that badly put ramp, which is not even accessible to those children and learners with physical disabilities, that is it. We are in a system where we have talked about integrated education. But integrated education means that now they've put these children and learners in a special class. Special education means that when you're integrating the process, other learners must be able to know that there are different persons within the community who also have learning needs. And when this one is done, then investment in the curriculum, investment in the different system will be able to have this one done. It is surprising that public education is the one which does segregation and not integration. Yet private systems ensure there's integration into education, where other children are able to learn how to live with children who may be different from them, and how interact with them, and how to ensure that different things happen at different levels. And also, when we're talking about inclusive education on issues of disability, we are looking at how the curriculum and the language should also even change, even at the TVET level, for example. At the TVET level, when we are saying that education is supposed to be inclusive, we realize that many TVET centers, unless it has changed in the different countries who are here, that does TVET then ensure that the training rooms are inclusive of issues of disability? If the training spaces, even the tutors in those particular spaces do not know how to do inclusive education, then it is challenging for those with disability to participate in inclusive education, because then you will not be able to know the language which is inclusive enough to address someone with different types of disability. And also, whilst then we engage, it is said that inclusion is expensive. Inclusion is not expensive. Inclusion is just part of streamlining budgets to ensure that everyone who then our Bureau of Statistics says exists and which our census use can be able to be included in planning. So whilst we're looking at this particular space, we are looking at transformative budgets must be inclusive, and budgets which then go to the education sector must include both recurrent and development expenditure to look at inclusion. And inclusion means that it ensures that it is easing how then government is able to reach all persons so that no one is left behind. So part of it is that whilst we have many acts, those acts on disability and inclusion, those acts and implementation plans must be well-resourced. Whilst the Bureau of Statistics talks about the different persons who then are not getting access to education, it means that the plans must also then be inclusive. And I asked and urge also the different people who are probably getting into the education systems and are also having elections. When you're having your elections, please ask the political class, and what are they actually doing to ensure that the game changer and the equalizer, which is education, ensures that things change. The thing is that many people would like people who are not learned, people who are not understanding, because they're easier people to manipulate to do different things, which are not bringing development to communities. So education means that I can challenge certain things. Education at a different level means I can push against the different barriers. And education will mean that I can free myself from certain neo-colonial things which then happen. So for example, in Kenya, one of the things is that we are state capture on neo-colonial education system, things which then would bring people back to where we have come from, which then ensure that liberalization of knowledge is being curtailed, the systems of the education are being funded by other people. That means that we will never have inclusion. And unfortunately, when this happens, those with disability who have often been left behind will continue to be at the fringes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ista. Very elaborate response. I love the fact you mentioned the disability inclusion action plans, and it feeds back to your first comment, previously, where I said all you seem to be advocating for is that our education planning and systems should come from a place of love. That way, everything is all-encompassing. The curriculum and language will change, and it doesn't have a choice because you would be coming from a place of emotional intelligence and trying to build, equitably. You mentioned that private schools tend to prioritize and keep inclusion in mind. Private schools make profit, and so naturally, they would want as much people to be able to come into the schools to pay. But it's ironic because the government makes way more profit from solid foundational skills and human capital in the countries. So the government should be beating private schools in this area. It's just a case of political salience and political ignorance most times in Africa, where we think that education is just one thing on the side and we need to prioritize building the fences and the roads and some other things, when really human capital is your most important resource. You then mentioned tutors who are capable of delivering knowledge and teaching people who have, disability concerns. And speaking about those tutors, I'll stay on those tutors and then call on Tony Kwesi. Tony, how can we create a more inclusive and supportive environment for teachers working in this, challenging context, disability or not? How can we create a more inclusive and supportive environment for teachers, because they are the ones who deliver this, whatever it is that we put in our policy documents?
Yeah, like I said earlier, teachers are very critical and central to the education of our children. They are the prime movers. A well-motivated teacher can really impact on children. And therefore, empowering teachers for inclusive education, for instance, means we must provide them with structured professional development and inclusive teaching strategies. And also for them to be able to differentiate their classrooms, because the learners, especially at foundational level, are starting and will not be able to be at the same level. And also training the teachers in universal design for learning principles. In SABA, for instance, we partnered another NGO, sister NGO called Chance for Childhood, to develop and deliver teacher training on inclusive teaching practices and support teachers to implement the government's recommended approach on UDL. Yeah, so when it comes to again supportive environment for teachers, a truly inclusive education supports not only children but also the teachers who educate them, especially those working in under-resourced and rural communities. Those more in the urban areas seem to get the limelight. Those in rural areas often get forgotten. And that's why nobody wants to go to the rural areas. And there's the need to consciously and intentionally support those in these under-resourced communities. Also, as I've mentioned, adequate training is important, materials are important, and classroom support. Sometimes, especially for foundational learning and in the kindergarten. For instance, in Ghana, we have it in our EC policy that to be a teacher plus an additional hand, but you go to most places and there's only one teacher, and sometimes KG1, KG2 are combined with one teacher, okay? So we need to really be practical on these things, so we don't further demotivate the teacher. Then I would, because of time, I'll also mention the mental health and well-being support is critical for teachers. I remember my wife used to be a teacher, and she gave up because she said sometimes she just feels like climbing the wall because all these children, different needs, and it was challenging. So we take that for granted, so because there are cases of burnout and high workloads for teachers, especially those, again, I would say in underserved communities. Because often we think of the teacher closes at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, but then the teacher has to then make time to mark papers, to prepare lesson plans for the next day. So it's important that we really take a look at the mental health of teachers and give them opportunities to be able to talk to professionals when they have challenges. Thanks.
Very true. Very true. Thank you, Tony Kwesi, for highlighting some really salient points on a well-motivated teacher. It could be financial motivation, it could be mental related, like you mentioned. And sometimes we overlook the teacher and assume that, at the policy level, we know all the solutions without thinking about the nitty-gritties of the human being who's delivering this thing. Unrelated to human beings, it's technology. Technology, obviously, everyone here agrees with me that that's a very key driver for transforming education. And we are going to end this conversation with just 2 questions on technology. Lanrewaju, how can digital learning tools, edtech solutions, how can they help us bridge these gaps that we've spoken about today, particularly again in underserved communities?
All right. So thank you again. And I would like to come from the perspective of the last part of your question, particularly in underserved communities. Most times when we think technology, we think about leapfrog innovations, big things that would change everything. But in underserved communities, we're still even grappling with basic technology and trying to leverage basic technology to be able to help move the needle in terms of ensuring quality education for these children. And so when we're looking at underserved communities, we're looking at technologies that can help to improve things like the absence of teachers available. So in one of our schools in Badagry, Hakolat, she finds it very difficult to get teachers to come in. Community is inaccessible. The teachers don't want to teach there. And so how has, the school been able to leverage technology to ensure that children are still able to get access to quality education? So basic things like a laptop, a projector, and access to content that they can use to ensure that the children get quality education, whether literacy, numeracy. An example is our partnership with NABU, who provides mother tongue storybooks digitally, and the schools are able to access those kind of things because they're able to just get access to basic power, internet, a laptop, and a projector. Those are basic technology, not leapfrog, edtech, everything that we're all thinking about, but that has given them the access, to be able to get storybooks they can use for read aloud programs. They get access to content that they can use to subsequently experiencing in these schools. And this is one example of how technology can help. We're also, for instance, currently, we just finished a training for about 40 of our low-fee private schools on how to use basic technology to come up with lesson notes, because they're so busy. When Tony was talking about, mental health and the time teachers spent, if you can reduce the amount of time you spend preparing a lesson note by half, that has really helped. So using basic technology like Meta AI on your WhatsApp, to really come up with lessons using voice prompts, text prompts, and all of that. These are the ways we've just recently trained about 100 teachers in our community. And so basic technology can, transform the way that these schools deliver education to the children. And that is why, we're saying that you need to take digital literacy, let them understand how they can leverage technology, let them know how basic technology, because some of these teachers are actually scared to embrace this technology, and that's the reality we find on the ground. And so being able to do that and encourage them to embrace technology, use it, start to practice, this would create the opportunity for children to learn, even when we face numerous challenges like teacher shortages, we face numerous challenges like access to power, access to internet. There are low-tech, solutions that we can embrace. And, just lastly, looking at the title of this panel, Breaking Barriers, if we're able to leverage technology, we can actually ensure that we provide opportunities to all learners to learn despite the challenges that they face. And the digital space can also help to, provide that solution. And in terms of low resource basic technology, and we can embrace basic technology, and that can help us to achieve the targets and the outcomes that we're looking to achieve. And yeah, I believe that technology is a game changer, and it doesn't have to be transformational leapfrog technology for change to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Olanrewaju. It makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate the work that you do with SEED at these levels. Again, without government intervention or prioritizing, this logic, not much will change if policy reforms are not, coming from the government level. And speaking of that, Nicholas, what would this be for Nicholas? I was going to ask brother Izuna, this one is for you, saying that this is more your space. What are some challenges in implementing these technology-driven learning solutions? How can they be addressed? If you can take us in just 2 minutes. what are some of these challenges in implementing these technology-driven solutions that Olanrewaju has already referenced, and how can they be addressed?
Okay, so just in a nutshell, a lot of the interventions or stuff that happens to boost the capacity of teachers to be able to deploy some of these digital tools are usually remedial. So they are done with teacher trainings, they are already teaching, and then you are now trying to boost their capacity to be able to use this. So I think we need to just look at produce analog teachers and then um, expect them to be digital savvy. So we need to look at how the things that we do in our pre-service teaching, they need to be digital learning should be prioritized in our pre-service schools like the colleges of education in Nigeria and others. So I also want to talk about localized content. So some of these learning content that we have, I'm also just happy to hear that some of them have been translated to local languages. So I think we should really keep up with that. The digital learning content should be culturally relevant and they should be adapted to the local language for easy assimilation and also high cost of maintenance, and then internet connectivity and all that. So, which is actually a very, very big issue, especially when you want to speak to the rural areas. So we can look at innovative ways like co-location. I call it co-location because some of the telecom infrastructure that we have in these rural areas, we can maximize it, set up digital hubs close to this infrastructure where children in the community can go and have access to some of these materials, having in mind that telecom infrastructures have power, for instance, and then there is always, or most of the time, there is internet connectivity in those areas, and then high cost of device and maintenance. So for us in what we do, it's frozen. Okay, so for us at the foundation, what we do is that we use a cluster approach when we carry out interventions in schools. So we have about 39 ICT centers, for instance, but we choose schools that are in clusters so that we can reach more people. So instead of setting up one that will serve one school, why not set up one that will serve like maybe 2, 3, or 4 schools that are in a cluster? So that way you are able to reach more people. And then there's also the fears of data privacy, cybersecurity risk. So there should be a framework to protect children from accessing unauthorized content or being taken advantage of. So these are some of the challenges and then a few things that we can do to, and then we should also please leverage resources or platforms that have minimum requirements. We have WhatsApp, for instance. Why don't we use it instead of creating very, very high tech? Why don't we use WhatsApp to communicate some of these? So those are some of them, just because of time.
Yeah. I appreciate how you kept that, Izuna, but you still made some relevant contributions still. We have to think in a manner, that we'll be talking about that that keeps everyone in mind, those with low tech, how do you say? Those who have low tech connectivity, those who have low access, as opposed to trying to fix things from the roof. We need to start maybe at the foundation. A couple of these problems would only be addressed if it's intentionally addressed from the top at the government level. So again, political salience still is something very important. I wouldn't be able to take the questions from the audience because we are way, way above the time limit that was given to us. And of course, the video from Dominic Bond will be posted on the TEP Center social media page. Apologies, we can't share that as planned. But we've come to the end of this conversation. Pretty important messages that we got from here. Loved hearing about, community engagement from Seed. Loved Easter's idea of how we must think about things wholesomely, evidence-based, considering access to various kinds of disabilities, considering gender-based violence. Nicholas referenced conflict and instability as a key factor that affects education access, and spoke about some of the great things that the African Union is doing to fix education, the innovation of education in Africa award, skills initiative for Africa, the Continental Teacher Award actually. And of course, Izuna spoke about how the private sector can be way more interested or supportive in this fight if they are brought closer to the table and given incentives to support. I think this is mostly it. I wish we could take more, and I'm sure that there would have been maybe some questions or comments that we would like to have referenced, but we have run out of time, and I would hand over now to the moderator. Thank you for your time.
You're muted, Ma.
We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I was just expressing my appreciation to the moderator and the rest of the panel. Thank you so very much for doing a good work, sharing the information concisely, and being so gracious. Mr. Moderator, I think you will join our team. You are just helping us with the time watching for us, yet still able to share the salient points. Let me use some of your words. So at this time, we're about to land this plane softly, gently, smoothly. And I want to use the opportunity to thank everyone who stayed from the beginning to the end, and even those of you who took time out to just be here for us. We really do appreciate you. And I'm sure you know the journey. Our journey was not bumpy. It was just full of all the first-class treatments that you would get in the best airlines. The content was rich, as we had shared with you. And before we go, sitting right beside me is the programs director for TEP Center, and I'm honored to introduce to some, announce to others, Miss UTB Henshaw.
Thank you so much, Yetunde. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, on behalf of the planning committee for NEDIS, I just want to say thank you to all our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, and to our audience. You have been so fantastic. The engagement has been very, very, active and passionate online. And I'm a little, I have mixed feelings because when we host virtual editions of NEDIS, we're usually careful, with time. We want to manage the concentration and the time of our participants. But even with that, people are, still saying the time is not enough. And we really appreciate you for spending your afternoon with us and for engaging, for not just tuning in, but for also engaging. I think the biggest takeaway from NEDIS this year is just the level, should I say, the height of the conversations. We're very aware of the challenges with education, quality, and access in Nigeria, in sub-Saharan Africa. But the conversations that we're having are elevated beyond that. And I think that's what NEDIS has always stood for, that we're able to identify the pockets of change or the pockets of innovation and where those pockets are slowly scaling to become mainstream. And I think that this year's conversation highlighted that. We started at the beginning with the founders' most opening remarks about the importance of community and networking and relationships. And then the opening keynote just challenged us about the importance of not just quality education, but social emotional learning and how that is important for the future readiness of children and young people in Africa. And, she shared examples of countries that have attempted different models to integrate this into the curriculum and the experience of their education systems. And then we moved on to the panel discussions, which have been my favorite, I think, in the history of NEDIS. This most recent panel with breaking barriers to education systems for all children. And then, of course, making the leap from foundational learning is important. It's critical even. Sometimes we spent a considerable part of our history trying to understand foundational learning, what competencies are children gaining from school, but also we know that foundational literacy and numeracy alone would not take children to where they need to be. It's not enough for them to survive in this world, to thrive in this world that is constantly changing. And so that conversation, the first panel where we discussed foundational learning to work readiness or foundational learning to, higher order skills, I thought was so important and so useful. So again, just to say thank you on behalf of the planning team to all our speakers who agreed to come and speak with us, share their expertise with us. The slides, the recording, everything about this conversation so far will be available online. And if you missed some sessions, you can catch up on the YouTube live stream. Just go to YouTube, TEP Center, and you'll find the live stream of NEDIS this year. So thank you so much for your engagement. Tomorrow, we will have a limited seating in-person conversation. So if you've gotten an invitation to that, congratulations to you. And if not,
join us online.
So we will have, we'll be launching a couple of initiatives the TEP Center has up its sleeve. Because this is the 8th edition, but this is TEP Center's 12-year anniversary, and we're just reflecting on our journey of the past decade. So that's going to be exciting as well, and we're looking forward to concluding NEDIS tomorrow. So thank you so much, everyone, for your participation. So thank you to our amiable Master Ceremonies. Good afternoon.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon or morning or evening, depending on where you are. Don't forget, you can still mingle on the chat. We'll be here for a bit. So say hi to somebody, meet somebody new. That's what we're about, So enjoy the networking before you leave. See you at the NEDIS night.
2026 or
2026, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.